in the first meeting we had in WHO at the time of that proposal to start working on this area of medical products of human origin. And indeed, ICCBBA was at the time with us from the very beginning, together with the other three, so we call them the Four Sisters. The other three organizations were the World Bone Marrow Transplant Organization, we had the TTS, and we had the ISBT. So looking at the main products, tissues, cells, blood, that are of public interest. And of course, together we shaped the framework. We come to later years where now we have the pleasure to be hosted here in Italy by two esteemed departments of the ISS. We have the CNT, the Transplantation Organization, and we have the CNS, the Blood Organization. So thank you, Dr. Feltrin, Dr. De Angelis, for your continuation of support for WHO work. We have a very close collaboration with both institutions. Our blood program with Dr. De Angelis has collaborated also for the organization of the World Bone Marrow Day, Blood Donor Day some years ago. With CNT, we have a long-standing collaboration through the Notify project, which is on biovigilance of MPHO. And as a collaborating center, they have contributed immensely to WHO's work. So it feels natural to be here. And from a personal perspective, I used to work here actually in CNT 10 years ago. So it's good to be back home. And thank you everyone for that opportunity. Indeed, as I said, it's relevant to talk on why WHO sponsored this event, because we are at that momentum now. We are at the crossroad of what is going to happen in the next years. And this will be one of the discussions we will have at the end. WHO is going through some changes. And we are really trying to integrate all our policies under that big framework of MPHO. And we're really looking into what is happening with all the products and trying to have a cross-product collaboration, addressing the same principles of safety and quality because they are relevant to all the products, but also looking into other policies of access, availability, and strengthening the health systems. So we are really looking forward to what comes out of that meeting, and this is why I thank all of you for coming here. As Ziggy said, you represent the whole globe. You're the creme de la creme, I would say. And I really like to thank everyone personally for your work and contribution. We have collaborated with you individually also in many expert committees and groups. And I would like to thank, as a last one, my colleagues from WHO also. We have Dr. Yuyun Mariuningsing, who is leading the blood. She's my supervisor, actually, the team lead for all products of human origin. And we have also our colleagues from the regional offices who are participating. So we have from the Americas, we have Dr. Mauricio Beltran and Dr. Ana Menjivar, who are from the Americas region. We have Dr. Roland Ibizi from our African region, and we have Dr. I don't see her, Dr. Mafaten Shawali from the Europe. Oh, you changed your hair. Okay, so WHO is present, and we're ready to work, and we're ready to hear from you and collaborate with you for a future in MPHO. So thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, first of all, welcome to Rome, welcome to Istituto Superiore di Sanità. It's a real pleasure for me to really welcome you and to give my welcome and my thanks to this unique audience of representatives of the competent authorities, the professional society, the international organization, the experts and the stakeholders in the field of MPHO. The CNT, the Italian National Transplantation Center, is really an honor to host this event together with our friends, the CNS, that is held at the National Institute of Health, where both we are located, an event that is meant to celebrate the efforts of a large community built with the purpose of reinforcing safety, traceability, and biovigilance in a sensitive field where protection of patients in need of an MPHO is so important. The CNT has been a long-standing tradition in these issues with its role as a WHO collaborating center through the Notified project that you mentioned before, Stratos, and through the work on traceability performed in the European Union when the EU coding was discussed among the competent authorities. On this occasion, we had the opportunity to work directly with ICCBA, a fruitful experience that has enriched both our perspectives. In its quality of competent authority, CNT has always tried to play a coordinating role, conciliating the need to manage centrally any strategy for ensuring traceability and coping with the needs of establishments and professionals to guarantee the best possible healthcare system to patients. The EU-founded service, Euroset 128, for implementation of a single European code, has shown us how best practices from competent authorities and international community could interact fruitfully. Since 2017, the CNT has incorporated the SPT 128 product codes in its national system, and since last year, all hematopoietic stem cell transplant centers have been assigned the facility identifiers and donation codes. We therefore hope this forum is a further occasion to learn from each other and from this extraordinary panel of experts that have been convened to Rome. I wish you an interesting meeting and especially thank Ian McGrath from ICCBA supporting staff who has worked with my co-workers for several months. Before I conclude, I want to unveil to you a small secret. Not later than 24 years ago, we woke up, we came here to work, and we have the staff of CNT and CNS. And what we found is that this room was flooded by water. Okay, not less than 24 years ago. I think you can imagine the feeling of panic that we felt all together. But we were able, together with the staff of CNT, to solve this all. And now you can be hosted here in this room, which is a very important celebrity room for us all. And in telling you this, I want to really thank my staff. I want to thank Paola Di Ciaccio, Claudia Carella, and all the foreign affairs team of CNT for not losing the calm, first, and secondly, for showing a huge capability in problem solving, for taking you here today and hosting you in the best way that we could. So thank you so much. Have a fruitful meeting.
So let me add my personal thanks to all of you for coming here, and a warm welcome to Rome in this prestigious building, as my colleague said, of the Istituto Superiore di Sanità, the National Health Institute. And probably many of you already know the ISS was established in the 30s of the past century, with the first time to defeat malaria, which was endemic at that time in Italy. And it was successful in this. My grandfather was a family doctor in the southern part of this country, and he dealt every way with the diagnosis of malaria. In 40 years of career in transfusion medicine, in the clinical practice of transfusion medicine, I never saw one single case of transfusion-transmitted malaria. Then it was successful, and we are very happy for that. And still, I perfectly know sometimes there are case reports of transfusion-transmitted malaria also in non-endemic countries. That means that travelers coming back from different parts of the world can still bring diseases that we found never been present in our countries, and they are still bringing up those diseases throughout the world. And this emphasizes, just an example, that emphasizes the need of a rapid alert on emerging and re-emerging blood-borne infection, and the need of a secure and safe traceability along the chain from the donor to the recipient, as as previously explicited. And these concepts have been relied in the deregulation of substances of human origin recently published on the official Gazette of the European Union, where vigilance and traceability as key point and elements of utmost importance in the development of a safe and sufficient supply of blood products along the Union. And so in the next 2 days, you are going to discuss on these concepts and to give us evidence on how they can be practically implemented as to further increase safety and quality of therapeutic products coming from substances of human origin. We are urged to demonstrate that lessons learned during the spread of HIV and hepatitis in the 80s of the last century, but the most recent pandemic cases, that we are not forgotten of those lessons, and that traceability remains a cornerstone of the journey of all the products coming from substances of human origins. And the continuous and rapid development of technology will for sure help us in achievement of these goals. Deep learning, big data analysis, Internet of the Things, footprints of the products. We all give new insights in demonstrating how rapid alerts and full traceability can be obtained today as never before. And as competent authorities, we are awaiting for your conclusions and recommendations to put in place all the measures that we need to guarantee an access to safe, sufficient, and equitable supply of products coming from substances of human origin, freely and voluntarily donated by people who want to help others. And let me add my personal thanks to all of you for coming in Rome for this important meeting, and my personal thanks to the people of the CNS and the CNT, and I would like to really thanks a lot Dr. Livia Cannata and all the co-workers of the International Office of the National Blood Center for the effort that they constantly, every day do for having success in these results. And with this in mind, I wish you a fruitful meeting, but also a pleasant stay in the Eternal City.
So I'd like to thank for the very warm wishes to all of us. Now it works, we'll start for all of you. That's it, that was the least active part of our meeting. And we'll end right now, and we're going to be moving soon to new sessions. So thank you again, and be ready to participate.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Izabela Ochrynowska-Tyszkiewicz. I am representing today Polish competent authority in the field of somatic tissue and cell. Okay, but please call me just Dr. Iza. And on behalf of my co-chair, Dr. Aurora Navarro from Catalan Transplant Organization, yes, I would like to welcome you very warmly to the second session of this unique event. Okay, it is unique as we all have the unique opportunity to see that we are not alone in the fight for the better, safer, and healthier tomorrow. Okay, in our flight for maximizing the health benefits and minimize health risk for the SOHO, it means substance of human origin. Hopefully, at the end of the session, we will be closer to answer the question how we can achieve the balance between the need, safety, risk, and availability of SOHO. Okay, so
we start with the session. We have 3 presenters. We will start with a very special presenter because he comes from a patient association. Is Dario Martino, and please, Dario, can you come? He will give the talk on, let me check, perspective on. Thank you, Dario.
Yesterday morning, I was sitting in a flight in Milan, and I was thinking that it was impressive because I was quite calm, and I felt very good. And I was coming here in Rome in a such well-being. I don't know. I was very well, and I say that because I just had my blood transfusion, 3 units, and I have subcutaneous injection for of immunoglobulin from human origins. So I felt really safe and good. Yeah, I was wearing a DPI, also a mask, but I was saying that because I'm here today to, I'm Dario Martino, and I represent Primary Immunodeficiency Association, okay. Also Federation of National Federation of Thalassemia, Sickle Cell, and hemoglobinopathy, and I'm a president of an association in Sardinia. Yeah. And I will tell you about the patient perspective of safety and biovigilance. I will tell about proper use, safety, innovation, and product development. And the latest part is, for me, the most important part is the sense of community. I think that we have, all of us, we have a very important concept that I called zero waste. So collection, processing, final destination of all of human origins. It's very important to have, to tend at this 100% and to not have any kind of waste. That's impossible to have the 100%, I know, but this is our maybe mission. And that's passing throughout high hills with rigorous standards and innovations, but surely with a focus on patient safety. I was saying something, and it's from the past. In Italy, we had a very huge problem in 1992, I called 1992 case, just to mention that there was a very big problem with importing high-risk blood components, and there was the other part, insufficient control measures. And it was a very problem because we had a lot of patients that were infected. So very difficult time in Italy. Just to say that we could change perspective and see some positivity, because after that we improved a lot, we strengthened safety control and higher standards. So we have to learn from the past to achieve a better system, and that's happening today. In quality of patients, but I represent different realities, and we don't think so much about safety in medical products. Maybe we are a bit worried about other things usually, and but the medical products usually don't. It's not a very worrying part of our journey in quality of patients today. It depends. So it's sure that we are strong supporter of new products, new adjuvant therapies, new infusion pathways, and new efficient packaging, for example. All these parts is very important to us, and we could contribute in our perspective with our roles that is really different from yours, and participate to this exponential development. It's really accelerated today. Artificial intelligence, computing power, it's, I think, an amazing era to live. And it's quite impressive to see all the technological development that allowed me also to be here, and maybe one day to be part of some different medical advanced therapy. I'm here because I will mention something in Italy, but in other parts of Europe, but also in all around the world, we have the community, the sense of community. For example, in Italy, blood donation and association that manage all this system create a very huge sense of community. I'm sure that in other parts of the world, there are some structures that is really important, in my opinion. And that's why I'm here today to give you another perspective, to be part of a very community. We are all around the world with different roles, but all together we must collaborate to sharing perspectives, to be a very huge community, a very magnificent community, and sharing a perspective. That was because yesterday morning I was sitting in a flight, very calm and quietly. I'm here today because it's due to your work in quality of professional that I'm here today, 36 years old, and have such very huge, magnificent quality of life. And it's your job that allowed me to be here today, and I just will be a part of that machine. So I would really thanks to all the blood donors, surely, and the organizations, the ICCBBA, and all of you to contribute of this. And special thanks also to association in Italy that try to keeping together a piece of a system that is very challenging. Thank you.
Thank you, Dario. We will have the questions afterwards with discussion with the whole.
Thank you.
Well, next speaker is Martin Bergel. He will be speaking about tissues, patients, and donors, and he represents the World Union Tissue Banking Association. Thank you, Martin.
Good morning. Thank you, Ian, for inviting me, and thank you, the board of ICCBA and all the colleagues. What I want to talk a little bit about in the next minutes is, and I think that was the expectation, to talk a little bit about the situation of global tissue donation and needs and balance, and how we can manage to balance this. I will not show you the last detailed number from every country in the world. I tried to talk a little bit about where we are, why we are, where we are, and what we will do in the future. Here, okay. So let me call it tissue donation, the little sister of organ donation, and the future and emancipation of tissue donation and supply. This, for the most of us, if we talk about tissue donation, is the beginning. The majority of us, when we talk about tissue donation, does link it a lot to organ donation. And this is part of the development, and this is part of the reason why we are here in the world of tissue donation at that point where we are. So if I think it's clear, we all know, I don't have to show you all the numbers globally. You know all the numbers. There is a lack of organ donors. And if you look, for example, to Europe, we have the best example in Spain, which is, I would say, one of the best systems globally. But even everything behind Spain, Portugal, and then if you look to the left side to Germany, the country I'm coming from, these numbers are quite lousy. So if we talk about people that are waiting for organ donation, this is really very hard, and the trail is very hard to do. And we see this for years and for years. And if we analyze the system, we see that tissue donation, organ donation is really very complicated. Organ donation has a problem in identification of donors. Even you don't have so many donors in the countries, to find them is hardly. You have limited resources. Organ donation needs a lot of human resources in hospitals and intensive care units and so on. You have a lot of logistics. You have limited donor numbers. You have very often a political overload. It's so many people talking about organ donation that sometimes it's really hard to find the message and to regulate the system, because so many people want to speak about that and want to be involved. You have the problem of data protection, insecurity of brain death, or what system you ever use. This always is a discussion in public. You have time pressure. Very often you have a poor press because of the insecurity. And then we have really very specialized training and the problems of infrastructure. So if you look at this picture, you see a very bumpy road of organ donation. And this is really a bumpy road. And the car is half broken and it has to go this road. Why do you have the idea of putting a trailer that is called tissue donation to this car? Why do you have the idea of putting the trailer of tissue donation to the more or less broken car of organ donation? This car has problems enough on this bumpy road. Why should we do that? And this is one of the points I like to discuss, because when we look to tissue donors, we don't have a lack of tissue donors. If you look to total numbers, I just make an example. We have 84 million people in Germany, 1.3 are dying every year. This is more or less 12,000 people deaths per million. If you put that to the European Union, you end up with 10.8 people dying, 1,000 people dying per million. You end up with 4.8 million people dying, or 5 million people dying. I just talked to the colleague in Kenya. He told me they have 50 million people. If you count they have 8,000 people dying per million, you end up with 400,000 potential donors. So think about it. Why should we put the trailer of tissue donation to this car of organ donation? Why should we do that? This really is something to think about. And then you have to understand the process. Where are you losing the donors? Where are you losing all your potential donors? Just an example, you can do it to every country, no problem. You just go to statistics, take the numbers, and you can do it. If you assume that we have 5.3 million donors in Europe, and we lose 50% because of exclusion of medical things, contraindication, unsuitability, which is far too high, let's say 50%, no problem. We end up with 2,650,000 modifiable courses on the right-hand side. This is what we can influence. And then I know what happened. Everybody says, yeah, we need an opt-out system and so on, and everybody should be a donor. We need more press release, more advertising at train stations. No, we don't need that. We have to deal with these 2.6 million potential donors in Europe. And you can take it for every region in the world. If you go to Latin America, to North America, the North Americans don't have that problem. They are 10 years in front of us. If you talk to Latin America, Asia Pacific, and so on, Africa, we all have the same problem. So, and if then you say we have a constant rate of 40%, we end up with nearly 1 million eligible donors. Where are the donors in Europe? Where are the donors in your country? Why do we not have these donors? And this has nothing to do with not having the donors. This has to do with not organizing it, with having no resources to it. And so again, don't add the trailer to this car I showed you before. Because the tissue terrain is much easier. We have enough possible donors. We have no insecurity of death. We have more time in all the processes. In Europe, for a cornea donor, or in Germany, we have up to 72 hours, even if you just have 24 hours or 36 hours. So why do you not use your time and emancipate from the other system? We have much more time in all the processes. We are independent from hospital resources. You can do tissue recovery on a morgue. You don't have to be in the intensive care unit where you do the organ recovery and the CEO from the hospital tells you, you cannot block the operation theater, we need this for tomorrow, and so on and so on. Put it away, think it in a new way. We have transparent legal basis. In a lot of countries, we now really have a good law about this. So we can deal with this problem of commercialization. We have a lot of policies in place, and at least we have less extra work for physicians, because in the majority of tissue donations, we don't need medical doctors, we don't need physicians. The only point you need a medical doctor is to check the contraindication of the donor, and that's it. You have serology testing, you have a lot of quality standards, a lot of stuff you can do later on. There is no need, there is no pressure to decide in 2 or 3 or 4 hours and to see the blood results. You have days and weeks and months and years. You can even put tissues to quarantine for half a year or whatever. So you have a lot of this time. use it. But the reality, why it does not work, is another one. If we look back, what is the history of tissue banks? The majority of tissue banks were created because a medical doctor, ophthalmic surgeon, an orthopedist, a heart valve surgeon needs tissue for his patient. And then he started 25 years ago an extra time on the weekend and every day and created a tissue bank in his little, small, tiny hospital. And he was looking for donors. And then what is the first thing he does? He was calling the OPO. If you have an organ donor, maybe there is tissue because you even have the donor. And he is not focusing on cardiac arrest donors. And then suddenly you can put here EU regulations, but you can put all the regulations globally in every region, in Asia and Latin America and so on and so on. Suddenly this doctor finds himself in a situation where all the things are upregulated and it becomes really steep with all the regulations. He has to do quality management, he has to do everything. So, and then simply a tissue bank from an economical point of view is not working any longer if this tissue bank does 25 donors a year. Because the calculation in our days in hospitals is not longer, we have the staff anyway, they can do something. This is not the calculation any longer. This was a calculation 25 years ago. Now we have a lot of regulation that we have to do. This is just the example for Europe, but you can also use it for other regions in the world. So it's really uphill. What to do? What we can do is we can highlight and enforce and shape the process of tissue donation independently from the organ donation. And don't misunderstand me, I have nothing against organ donation. And if you can receive tissue from organ donors, it's perfect. But don't make your tissue donor program reliable on organ donation, because this is really difficult, because in front of you, people sitting in a bumpy car not really happy with this road, and they think, oh, it's so heavy, and now we have this trailer in the back, and the people in the trailer think, oh, we could go faster if we don't have this bumpy car in front of us. So no one wins in the situation, so take that away. And what you see here, to have it less steep, the hill, and this is what I think is also has to change. We have to talk about process optimization, responsibility for economics and effectiveness. This doctor is really honored that he set up the tissue bank 25 years ago. This time is over. We need a professional management. We need human resource management. We need full-time tissue coordinators going to the hospitals independent from organ donation. And this is what we have to do. We have to customize a regulation framework for tissues, understand the differences. So we have to be professional, the training has to be done. And yes, we have to lobby. We have to lobby for tissue donation. Tissue donation is not the little sister of organ donation. No, tissue donation is a profession on its own, and we have to lobby for that. The colleagues in the US show this, and we see it in other regions in the world, and also in Europe, we already see this with very big tissue donation programs and tissue banks, and there we can learn a lot from this. So the majority of tissue banks have this history. And if we look a little bit about the global situation, what we see, I would suggest before we really talk about a regional exchange program of tissues in Europe and Latin America and Asia and so on, we really should look that we have a local sufficient tissue bank. And I think that is a very important point. So support local, regional, national engagement, create programs supporting small and medium entities. And on the left-hand side, you see several buildings. And my suggestion is to network. And what we have seen, and I'm talking to you also as a CEO of DGFT in Germany, we started this 20 years ago with one tissue bank. Today, we have 13 tissue banks in a network. It's a non-profit organization. We do half of all tissues in Germany, so I know what I'm talking. And this is working, and you do not have to have a big tissue bank always. You can always run also a small tissue bank. It's just a question of sizing, of optimal using the processes and the resources you put in. So this is very important. And then you can take this honorable doctor that has created the tissue bank 25 years ago, and you can say, Mr. Whoever, your name stays at the door, it's still your tissue bank, but we will care for it, and we make it effective, and we make it run. And this is important, and that come in the network, and you can exchange the stuff. Another point I was asked also is to talk about a little bit safety. So if we see these numbers, I just picked the German numbers, 9,160 corneas. I could have taken other tissues also. I know we will talk about the case in the US. that maybe has other indications. So then we have 4 reported suspect cases and only 2 confirmed as in a serious adverse reaction. So we have to realize that. We have to see the numbers. I could show you another slide showing 450,000 transplants, tissue transplants in Europe in the last year, 142 SRE reactions. So we have to balance that. We have to understand that. Don't misunderstand me. I don't say that tissue shouldn't be safe, but I say we have to think about the balance. I cannot give you the answer today, but I think this is something we will discuss and we have to discuss. And the reason is because we go in this whole field with a total different mindset. If we talk about organ donation and transplantation, we are promoting accessibility by accepting insecurities, borderline organs, and risk of rejection. This is what we are accepting in organ transplantation. No one is discussing about it. So this is still accepted. If you go to the right-hand side, on the tissue donation, we do not accept any insecurity. And we running a full 120% secure program. So we accept no accessibility in favor of maximum safety. So, but what is with the patients that don't get a tissue? We harm them. They have also medical risk. It's not the way like saying, oh, nothing happened if they don't get a tissue. In the extreme case, they will die safely because they never get a tissue transplant that is not safe. So, but this is important to understand. There is a responsibility. And the same if we look about how organs and tissues are managed. We accept that organ is a regulated market. It's done nationally in the country and it's financed in the country. Everything is clear about that. If we talk about tissues, this is an open area. We never talk about financial issues when we talk about authorization products and so on. Maybe we have to rethink that and to make this happen. And then right-hand side in this box, I say, I really, after 20 years in this field, say it is the responsibility of the regulatory body if patients have access to transplants. It is not only us caring for the nation, it is also the people in the authorities. They have the responsibility too. They do not only have the responsibility to make tissues safe, they're also responsible for organizing access for the patients to tissues, because if they don't get tissues, they get harmed in the same way. And we really have to think about the responsibility. So we have really to talk about a new risk-based approach, and I think that's very important. So last point, talk about innovation, and we heard this just before. Thank you very much for this presentation, because you mentioned also innovation and new product, and I think this is very important. What we have seen in the last 20 years in Europe is we had so much regulation that in the last 20 years, I think we had 2 or 3 ATMPs that were going to the market. So again, we come to a situation where we have to rethink, is it the right way we are regulating it, or is it maybe harming more patients that are waiting for something? And we always talk about the emancipation of patients and their will and their knowledge. And we live in a time where people have a lot of knowledge about what to do. And maybe we can think about giving a little bit more of the risk decision towards the patient and do a little bit more risk analysis and think about that. And I'm a big friend of that. And this is then the other problem. We have a lot of innovative industry in Europe. We have a lot of research in the tissue area. And then you always start on the left-hand side with a beautiful idea what to do with tissues, what to do with cells. Then you all know this story. You end up in a clinical trial. And then we talk about patents and upscaling, all this stuff. And then it's done. In the majority of cases, we do not go up the right-hand side. We just stick in the middle. And then we lose a lot of public money. And then the question is, oh, can we do altruistic donation or work with a commercial company and so on and so on? I don't give easy answers here, but I say we have to rethink it and we have to make it possible, because this is a responsibility for the people working with that. And I say we can do that. We can do that better. We have to think about, there are models and we have to find models. So, you know, on a medical basis, we talk about the last point in a big picture about what fragment of virus is doing and so on and so on. When it comes to economics, And when it comes to concepts and make it possible for patients, we are really on a very unprofessional level. We have no ideas, we are not exploring it, and I think this really has to be done. And the time is over to stick in a world to say we have public, non-public, profit, non-profit associations and entities. This is black and white. This is not the world. And we have to differentiate it, and we have to go towards it. We can control it, no problem. We have to talk about transparency. There are models out, but we have to do it. And this is a responsibility for the patients. The patients are waiting for these therapies and for this stuff, and we have that available. And as I said before, we don't have a lack of donors. This is not our problem. So, and this is what we have to do. So we can do better. We should go forward. We talked about this in the under the Spanish presidency when we had the Santander Summit. And one of the points is, and I think this is really important, to guarantee transparency in cost, pricing, and profit from SOHO-derived innovative therapies, and then to find models that are enabling this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. We'll go for the next speaker, Dolores Hernandez. She will be giving the talk, Considerations of Risk-Benefit of MPHO Use from the Perspective of a National Transport Organization from ONT, the National Transport Organization in Spain. Thank you, Dolores.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here with all of you. I'd like to take a moment to thank the organization committee, the CNT, the CNS, the ICCBA, EWIN. It's been so helpful updating us constantly about the event and the needs and everything. So thank you very much also for the chairs and the previous presenters. It's very important. I'm honored to participate here in a session opened by a patient. And the ONT was requested to present the view of the National Competent Authority about the risks and benefits of MPHOs. When we talk about substance of human origin, we talk about any material or substance that is collected in whatever manner from the human body. This is the new term that we use now in Europe after the new SOHO regulation. And it's a fact that in advances in science and healthcare, technology have resulted in treatments that have proven fruitful and have proven of benefit for patients in need. And these therapies cover a wide range of treatments, from the most traditional. Martin has already presented a lot of data about organ transplants, tissue transplants, but also transfusions and medically assisted reproduction are included in those very well-known treatments. But there are other more complex treatments, advanced therapies, including gene therapy, somatic cell therapy, and the most sophisticated also therapies like the bioprintings today, new medical devices made of SOHOs as well. In Europe, I mean, these all treatments coexist in the clinical setting, but they have a completely different legal framework, and this has a lot of important implications that I will show you on my presentation. For one side, we have this new SOHO regulation recently adopted, and that will be of application in 2027 for SOHOs. But also on the other side, we have medicines and medical devices under the pharma legislation currently under discussion also at the Council of Europe. And there are many treatments in a sort of gray zone that we call borderline products. Sometimes we don't know exactly where they belong to the SOHO or to the medicine field. And this is something that we need to solve because legislation is not so clear on the definitions. And there's more. Sometimes the manipulation is so complex that it obscures the human origin of these therapies. And this decreases the awareness of the ethic significance, the responsibility, not only for public, but also for professionals and policy makers. These human origin carry a huge amount of responsibilities for guarantee ethical and safe procurement. This is what builds the trust for donors. And also they have a share they share a lot of important risks as disease transmission. And this is not something that we say, this is recognized by most international organizations. This is a report from the Secretariat at the WHO, the 70th Assembly, that acknowledge that medical products of human origin encompass all biological materials that are derived wholly or in part from the human body and are intended for human application. And it urged the member states to keep 10 principles that can be grouped in 3 pillars: to protect donors, but not just from the health perspective, which is very important, but also for his dignity, avoiding exploitation of the vulnerable, and also to control biological risks inherent to transfer one biological material for one donor to a patient. And something that I'm going to talk about also during this presentation, it's the EQT in access. And also at the European level, the new SOHO regulation acknowledged the common origin, no matter what the intended use is for these cells or organs or tissues or blood. The new SOHO regulation includes donation, procurement, testing, and release under the same norm for SOHO. But the differences become later in the way. SOHOs are processed in SOHO establishment authorized by SOHO authorities, and they are applied in SOHO by SOHO entities authorized for human application, whereas medicine and medical devices go under the commercial pathway, under the commercial rules. Are they commercially interesting or not? And SOHO treatments are incorporated into healthcare practice as a therapeutic procedure in centers authorized by competent authorities. So it is quite different. Also, we are concerned that before the SOHO regulation, when developers wanted to implement a new strategy, a new treatment, SOHO-based, the only body at European level to seek for advice was the Committee of Advanced Therapies, absolutely depending on EMA members. So we have been assisting to an overclassification of innovative therapies, SOHO-based, as medicines and medical devices. And we had some bizarre situations, like this one published by a colleague of mine, where the same mononuclear fraction that we use for an allotransplant, which is a highly complex treatment in a immunocompromised patient, it's considered and it's regulated under the SOHO regulation, and the same mononuclear fraction, when it's used in the autologous setting in a non-compromised patient, it's considered under the CAT criteria medicine with all the requirements, and I think this is highly questionable. So we acknowledge that there are huge benefits of innovation with SOHO, but there are important risks for sustainability. Martin has already addressed a lot of this risk. Risks for the sustainability for healthcare systems because of the increase of cost, not only for patents, not only for other fields, but also for the infrastructures, for GMP labs, and sometimes to address quality controls that are not really necessary and that not reproducible, because we are dealing with cells, not with artificial molecules like in medicines. But for us, it's really important as competent authorities, the risks for violation of fundamental ethical principles that are jeopardizing the trust in altruistic donation in population. So we've been, as a competent authorities, addressing these risks not only at national level, but also among the main international groups, the South Alliance for Transplant, the CDPTO. We have also published that in peer-reviewed journals and proposing solutions because it's very important to preserve the principle of non-commercialization of SOHO and reinforce the voluntary and paid donation, and to guarantee donor protection, but also to foster cooperation among different regulatory frameworks, and not only at national level, but also at the European level, and regulate and foster innovation so patients can access to innovation with SOHOs. And the opportunity came, also Martin has mentioned that, with in 2023, with the Spanish presidency of the European Union, with two main events. One was the Santander Summit, but also the new SOHO regulation. We were able to co-chair the meetings in Brussels, in the Council of Europe. And I think this has been a great achievement because it has improved and consolidated the principle of voluntary and unpaid donation in alignation with the DHBio guideline to implement it, to achieve no more than financial neutrality, and also the creation of the SOHO Coordination Board, the first advisory body in Europe with members of the SOHO sector to give advice to the member states on the regulatory status of substance, but also on activities and products. And also it implements a new common procedure for the authorization of innovative SOHO preparations, risk-based, as per the GAP guidelines, and with monitoring plans and clinical studies. And also it reinforce the role of the EDQM guidelines to set high quality and safety standards. So now I think we will be able to foster this cooperation that we have been seeking. Let's see what happens with the Committee of Advanced Therapy, because it's also now under discussion. But any committee from I think will be very useful to work with from the SOHO Coordination Board. And regarding the other event I was mentioning, the Santander Summit led by the ONT that convene experts of all over the world, as in here, related to the transplant. And we ask the experts to pave the way for global action for the next decade in transplantation. But the work started several months ago. Many of you were in this work because there were 4 groups that were asked to describe and document the challenges we are facing in the next decade, analyze models, and identify priority actions that we should do. I will focus on these 2 groups. Innovation group was the one I was participating at, and I have to say that the challenges that they identify and the actions, I mean, I've already explained those in my presentation, but it was very interesting, the work done by the group of the ethics led by Dominic Martin, because they identified very important challenges regarding the inequities in access to the therapies. I must say that 10 papers came out and were published after this Santander Summit, and you can find those in transplantation with all the recommendations. Why there are so many inequities? Well, first, what they identify is that there is very limited knowledge about the inequities because of the problem of gathering data, since so many different regulations are part of these therapies. So key considerations for competent authorities are to establish and maintain registries according at least to minimum data sets as those proposed by the European Council, and also share this data nationally and internationally. And the governance of data should be under the responsibility of the national health authorities. But also they found that the cause of inequities is really multifactorial. Of course, there's a clinician bias, but there is a lack of diversity donor pool. I think this is something very important to address. There is a lack of investment in infrastructures and lack of public health insurance for relevant clinical care in transplant. So it's very important that for the competent authorities that we set ethical boundaries in the access of these therapies with procedural justice, optimizing the therapeutic benefit, and striving for self-sufficiency. Cross-border collaboration, it's now mandatory. This is the final statement, and I think one of the outmost points where it's to foster responsible innovation for the clinical use of SOHO. And the statement was also presented by Beatriz Dominguez-Gil in the 77th World Health Assembly that urged member states to something I think is very important, implement regulatory frameworks applicable to innovative therapies that guarantee the protection of donors and make possible the equity in access. So I would like to conclude that we are ready to immediately start working on a global strategy, and some of our suggestions from our perspective would be achieving consensus in the first place on terminology. I think this is very important. I was struggling with the term medical products because I don't know if we were talking about medicines or the whole therapeutic effect, which I think is the case. Fostering innovation and cooperation with the pharma sector. We have started doing that in Spain. Working on classification on SOHO-based therapies, considering the high risk of overclassification and medicine, still it is a risk. And building trust in population about the need of SOHO beyond transfusion and transplantation. And with that, I thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, all the speakers, for the very interesting presentation. And now there is a question time.
Thank you. Excellent presentations from all perspectives. And I think you captured a lot of the things, and you're setting the ground actually for what is coming up. I just want to highlight, indeed, from what you just said, Dolores. I mean, the SOHO and MPHO, I think this will be something that we have to consider. We saw it does confuse our audience when we address that, especially when we're discussing the framework in 2017. There was a misunderstanding from many of the participating member states of what we are talking about. I just want to clarify this for the audience. When we say medical products of human origin versus SOHO, it's not just the substance. It's when it's used for therapeutic reasons. So that's what the medical stands for. And also it has to go through certain procedures of testing and processing and all these things. So it's sort of a chain of operations, and that's why we added the medical. It's not just a substance which can, it's not just a substance which could be used also for research or for other purposes. Anyway, that was just the difference. And I understand, but indeed, this has to go into a consultation, and we have to clarify this because it causes a lot of issues. I just want to say something for everyone in regards to access and what Martin provocatively said, a regulated market organs. And I do agree with that point from the perspective of that you have policies in place of how a patient can access the treatment, because there's health insurance, health coverage, and this is sort of regulated from that perspective. And indeed, it comes down to like the payment. So who is actually paying for these products? And of course, if it's out of pocket. So if we go outside of the European region, where indeed Europe is leading currently the worldwide the developments, and as we saw from Dolores, hasn't had impacted also greatly on the new WHO frameworks and resolutions. So, and coming back to the patient perspective also, I think the issue I want to raise is like, when we talk about advocacy for like tissues, for instance, and where is the demand? How do we capture that in the policy? Because we are talking about, yes, let's increase donation, let's increase transplantation, but especially for tissues, who are the end users? And from the patient's voices, is there a call from the patients for the products? I mean, we have collaboration with patient associations from blood, hemophilia federations, but we don't have the patient voices in any other products. We're missing the demand and the pressure that the civil society can put to the governments in increasing. And that's also the argument when we go to the governments and talk to them and say, like, well, you need to have transplantation. The response is, why do I need transplantation? Why do I need to prioritize? And we say, yeah, it's good for your people. Yeah, but we don't know. Are there any people that are using it? Are there people dying because they don't have access? Sometimes they don't even have an understanding of the disease burden, the pressure they have. And the other thing is the professionals. And not the transplant or the people here, the transplant professionals or the transfusion professionals. What about the broader categories? I mean, are they demanding tissues or do they have alternatives, bio-artificial, whatever, other products? Is there a demand? Because if you put, say, oh, you need more tissues, you need bone or you need skin, and then they will say, well, I prefer to do another technique as a surgeon. So why do you need to struggle then to develop a health system and put all the effort in, as you showed, in building a bank when it's easier to just buy the products? So this is just to provoke a little bit.
I was going to say, that's provoking, no? I mean, yeah. Who wants to answer first? Maybe related to the, that you may answer related to the involvement in other substances like tissues or not, which is your perspective?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I will say something. I gave a kind of positivity in my speech, but there are a lot of struggle, okay? So I just heard about inequity, about donations. Yeah, we are facing front of very huge challenges, and my perspective that are quite positive. Yeah, because I'm here in front of you I hope in a good shape, and so yeah, it's an incredible, a complex system that we have to put in a different way, because in one side we have an advance of technology that are huge. It's incredible, it's amazing. And in the other side, we have to organize better. I'm based mostly of my time in Milan, and after I moving around in Italy, others. And I started an association in Sardinia because there is a lot of problem and difference between Sardinia and Lombardy. I think that we have some work together maybe in the future. So I think that it's really important to have this perspective also, to have a complex system that could be attentioned in a good way, and we have to organize all together this journey, and equity, affordable, also paid donation or not paid donation. It's a very difficult, yeah, it's a very difficult topic. I think there be maybe some, I think it's important to be open-minded and not to sort out my brain, okay? That's open-minded, but stay in focus. And for example, we could reward donators, but not in, for example, with money directly, and in an organized way, for example, that are quite similar in the different part of the world. Or I don't know if it's possible. And so good job. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dario. Well, maybe Martin, there were some comments related to tissues.
Yeah, what Stratos said. I think there are 3 points. So first of all, if we talk about the need of tissue, there is a need of tissue, and this is what we see. And tissue has a lot of logic. It's a well-developed, over a million years product that easily can be used. And it's two other things coming with that. First of all, it is a little complex, But just to make an example, if you, and this is something realistic, if you are a country in Latin America or in Africa or in another part of the world and you import 4,000 corneas for $2,000 a year, you spend 8 million. So what you have in the end is you can treat 4,000 patients with a cornea transplantation. You have spent 8 million. And you can think about setting up the infrastructure in your own country because you have the donors. And if you invest these 8 million in your own country, you're creating jobs, you're creating knowledge, you're creating entities, and you're creating a sustained system. We have seen in the COVID crisis that especially these countries were dropping out. So, and then the question is what you want to do with 8 million? So give it to someone and it's away in the black hole. You will never see it again. Okay, you get 4,000 corneas, that's fair. Or do you want to invest it in your system and create a sustained system? And we see that there is a need. And this is a little bit the answer to it. But the other issue is, and unfortunately, it is more complex. We have to understand healthcare systems in the countries. And on a lot of meetings, you see, for example, I can remember, I think it was a cornea meeting, someone was presenting a slide and said, 1 out of 80 patients globally who need a cornea do get a cornea. And then it was a reason to explain why we need tissue engineering, why we need artificial cornea. And then you can come to the point and say, okay, then the cornea is not 2,000 euro, it's maybe 500 or 200 or $100. Let's say this. And I say, even if we have a cornea for 100 euro, not 80 out of 80 will get a cornea transplant because the healthcare systems in these countries cannot bear the complete logistics, infrastructure, and following the medical things when people get treated. Maybe we come to the point of 60 or 20 out of 80 or 30 out of 80. But what I want to say with this point is it is much more complex. And we have to find answers to the healthcare system to make them sustain. So the only way to do it is organize donation in this country, have a contribute to the economics in the country, give people work, do the transplant in the country, and so on and so on. So I know it's the most difficult way, but honestly, it's the most sustained way. This is how we have to do it. And Europe, I think Europe is a good example. We are more or less on the way to be sustained in Europe, and we can interchange in Europe. Globally, the US is doing more than they need. They're exporting a lot for all tissues, not only corneas, for all tissues. And so the answer, I totally agree with you. We have to rethink that. And thankfully for your GAF project, WHO is working on that. And I think this is necessary. And the authorities have to understand that you have the decision between burning money one time or using money sustained. And this is something we have to address, I think, much more from the professionals.
Dolores, do you want to?
Yeah, sorry. I would totally agree with Martin's perspective. It's not just making sustainable the systems, which is very, very important, but also, do you know, I mean, if you buy everything, do you know how are they recruiting the donors? Are they paying them? It's this sort of biasing the selection of donors. What are the quality and safety standards? This is something that I mean we need to care about, and also it's related with buying everything or implementing a safe system to obtain the tissues. And I think that there's a lot of need of tissue transplants.
I would like to. Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Shruti Narayan from SHOT Hemovigilance in UK. But thank you to all the speakers and especially Dario for sharing your perspectives. I think the common terms that came through all the talks were ensuring equity as well as innovation, promoting innovation. My question was actually what mechanisms are actually in place to promote innovation and also spread of innovation? Because I think what we see is, although we have heard the data from Europe and Western countries, again, how are we ensuring globally that we are actually having equity of access across? And as you mentioned as well, the sustainability of the innovation, how do we embed that? So I'm interested in what are we doing with that responsibility of putting mechanisms in place to share innovative practice. And I'm not involved in tissues or organs, but it was actually just posing the question about, you know, how are we sharing it across the globe, and also ensuring that the patient voice is actually included and the patient perspective and effect is also recorded.
We have talked about this in the Santander Summit, and just to explain one model that we hardly discussed in the group, just to give an exemption. If we have altruistic donation and we have an allocation that is linked to the medical need, what is the problem to have in between a commercial professional processor? But he is never the owner of the SOHO, and he is never allowed to sell it by price. And I think that is very important. This is one of the possibilities. You can regulate that. We need transparency. This is what I said on my slide. We have to bring authorities also in the financial thinking. Authorities are not only responsible for safety, they're also responsible for access, and access has to do with financial possibilities. And so for me, it's not a contradiction to bring these professionals, people who do professional innovation, developing new products, and they need as a substance to start with a SOHO. But then when they have done it, it should come back to the altruistic area, and it should be allocated by organizations that are independent and that don't look to the pocket of the patient, that look to the need of the patient, the medical need, which is defined and which we know from the organ world. So the organ world is not influenced by money of the recipient, it's influenced by medical indications. And if we, this is just one example. We talked about a lot other examples on the summit in Spain. This is just one example, but this is what I said. We need, from my point of view, we need a think tank that is doing more in this and helping us more to develop possible things to do, because the patients are waiting for the innovations. And the innovations, honestly, they are there, but they all laying in this little valley of death of good ideas, and they are not going there. And this is something we have to think. And the other issue is, think about it ethically. The majority of projects and development in tissue products that are modern and ATMPs are financed in public universities. So it is our responsibility to go ahead and to find better models. And I think we are completely on the same page on that.
Yeah, I would say basically it's very similar. I mean, contract service with the industry, develop models of reimbursement, because the origin is a donated SOHO, and this is something that we cannot forget, that it's completely different of other medicines. I mean, the ownership, it should be never of the industry. It's a service that they provide, and we need to make academic developments competitive with industrial ones, because they do the same. They use the same quality and safety standards, so they need to be able to compete, and that's something that we need to work at the regulation. And I think now it's at risk.
Do we have any other questions? Over there, Tim.
Yeah, is this on? Yeah, thank you. I'm Tim Pruitt. I'm a transplant surgeon, so I kind of get all of this stuff from one side to another. First of all, I want to just comment with Dario. Dario, what you said about you don't worry much about the products you get means that somebody's doing their job. I mean, there's a real problem that has been in the past, and you want to give the credit to the people who are doing it and the competent authorities, which do make safe products so that the people who get these things don't go, is going to be there. The other thing is, hopefully someday, I'm going to guess, I didn't get exactly what disease you got, but I mean, if it's one of the hemoglobinopathies, hopefully someday you're not going to need any blood, that we will make a transition, you'll get a gene therapy. It's already coming. I mean, we've seen it with sickle cell. We've seen it with lots of things. Technology may get rid of the need for some of the organ donation, tissue donation, all of the whole concept that we have to take from one person to give to another, or even take from ourselves, store it, and give it back to ourselves. We're going to change the way the business is done. And so that's going to go to Martin's question next, is I totally agree that tissue donation should never be a little sister to organ donation. The number of tissue products that are used are so much greater than organ transplants which are performed. The fact that it has been sort of even put in that same box just means that that's the only way we could get products from one person to go to another, that it sort of had to go stick on it. It needs to be in its own component. If you look around the room, though, And if you say, are all tissue products the same that come from one person that go to another? I mean, I look at my skin, and I've gotten older, and my skin isn't the same as it was 40 years ago. And if I die, I'll be happy to give people products that come from me, but they're not going to get the same quality out of my products today that I would have given 30 years ago. And so the concept of quality and safety, which is fundamental to the whole issue, is going to be, we've been struggling with this with organs. We know organs don't work the same depending on the age and the type and the whatever of donor. It's not really something we talk about. We make it a big, all organs are sort of the same. That's not true. But we make it easy for the sake of discussion. What we need to do, though, is to match demand with benefit with what we have. And it's going to go to the question for tissue donation across at least in Europe. How much tissue do you need? How much tissue do you use today if it's for bone or cornea or skin or for vascular components? If you look at all of the different tissue issues that are being brought about, you're going to have a heterogeneous penetration in the market. And so what you probably need is more corneas. What you probably need is more, at least for pediatric, valves and pediatric homographs for kids, for reconstructive stuff. What is it that you need? And then you have to figure out how can you target it and how can you make this go? And you still have to make sure that the quality and the safety is there, but matching the availability of tissues with the demand for them is going to be the fundamental component. And I don't think we do that very well in the US at all. We just did stuff in terms of our own assessment of our own system. But, and Mark Pierce can disagree with me if he thinks so, but I think we do not match what we go out and get. But the whole concept of donation is relatively repugnant, of where we go and we take stuff out of one person who's dead or even alive and then muck it around and then use it again for someone else. We need to make sure we match the benefit with what we get for the processing and the elements and everything else with it. So the basic is, do you have an estimate of what you need in Europe? And do you meet it? And I agree, you have over 1 million potential donors. Donation should never be an issue for tissues. But the process is to match demand with availability.
Yeah, maybe just to answer directly. I've worked in the organ world. I've done a lot of stuff in Germany and the OPO. This is another world. And in the organ world, you can say, what is the need? Because it's very easy. You have a waiting list and someone needs a kidney and he needs a kidney and he needs a kidney. And as long as we do not have an alternative, he goes to dialysis and he needs a kidney or a heart or whatever. Tissue transplantation is another topic. If we talk about cornea donation, we still stick with the cornea. This is one-to-one transplantation. If we talk about bone, for example, if you compare the US and Europe, because of the lack of tissue transplants, bone transplants in Europe, a lot of surgeons have learned to use alternative products, artificial products. And then very often the last option is to have a human heart valve, to have a human vessel when the Gore-Tex patch is not working any longer, and so on and so on. And this is what you see also in orthopedics in a lot of situations. So this market is not functioning like the organ. Sorry for using the word market, but this is what I just use a very neutral. But this is not working in the same way. In the organ world, you have a need and it's easy to see. In the tissue world, you always have alternatives. You can postpone the transplantation, you can do other things, you can do artificial stuff. So to come out with the exact number is difficult, and we know from experience in the US, you can create your own demand and need. So because you compete with artificial stuff, and if I open my jacket and I say, this is the bone for $50, and this is the artificial stuff for $40, yeah, what will be the end of the discussion? So, and we have to understand that. And this means and this is also what we talked in Spain on the Santander Summit, really a responsibility for use of SOHO. And we have to keep it away from commodification and commercialization. And this is really an issue, and this is why we think it really has to be transparent. And I personally think at least everybody who is in use of a transplant should know that. It should not be used in a way like using whatever. It should be in a way like the patient who gets it should know and have notice. And even if we talk about a single blood cell, I'm personally convinced the patient should know that it is a SOHO or where it comes from. And I think that is answering a lot of questions. So unfortunately, I cannot answer the question with a detailed number, but fortunately, I think we all agree that there should be a sense of what we are using here, make it affordable, make it accessible. And the reality, coming back to Stratos, the reality is if you talk about economics, it has a bigger impact. Producing 1,000 plastic whatever things or doing 250 donors has a complete different impact on the local economy. So I would deeply suggest to do tissue donation.
Yeah, I can only agree on that. The point about it is, though, is that it's comparative. And you just said, so we have alternatives in healthcare. Just like some of it anyway, we have alternatives for people with organ failure. You can have an LVAD if your heart is failing. You can go on dialysis versus get a transplant. There are probably better treatments than other treatments. And the question is going to be, for a regulatory system and an availability system and an investment system, how are you going to measure the relative need and benefit going forward? In some fields where there's just such an enormous gap, I mean, like we have 600,000 people on dialysis in the US, and we do 30,000 kidney transplants. Well, you know what? We know that's inadequate. So it doesn't really matter because we're so far behind that it doesn't matter. Once we start getting up to a point where market is saturated or that they're competing things and one may be a little bit better than another, that's where you're going to have to start figuring out how to most effectively implement and to invest in stuff. Yeah, shut up. Thank you.
No, sorry, Tim. I didn't want to mean that. Actually, one more question. Joseph, one over there. It was first.
Thank you. And thank you, Martin. I agree with a lot of points you raised. I want to ask you about shared resources. I come from another world. You talk about another world of organ and tissues. I come from India, a developing world. And in our world, resources are always a constraint. And there is your perspective on being tissue donations, perhaps being somewhat delinked with organ donation is right for Europe. But in my world, eye donation is parallel to organ donation. But it doesn't make sense because the resources are limited. When we talk to the public, it is about organ donation or tissue donation. They just understand donation. They need an independent campaign. Organ donation needs an independent campaign. A lot of resources are spent, but we need to be on a common ground. We do 40,000 corneal donations in the country. Other tissues are almost negligible. So what I'm trying to say is, by collaborating together, in fact, the quality of corneas have improved, because if we do 1,000 organ donors, we also do 5,000 corneas in the hospital. We have a home-based corneal donation program, which is very successful, but the quality of corneas is not so good. Also, we share, when we do share kind of together, we also bring down the costs of testing. So I think, when you have a policy for the rest of the world, developed world, there needs to be a policy which is more balanced for the developing world, and we can't be independent. We have to work together. I do realize the demand for tissues in India is mostly corneas at the moment and skin. Most of the other tissues are imported at the moment. So the answers are very complex. There's no one straight solution to this. So I personally feel that for a developing country, the perspective has to be somewhat different. Thank you.
Thank you. 20 seconds.
I will do it quick. We do projects. Our company I'm working in, the network is a non-profit network, university driven. We do projects in India about cornea donation, and India is in a very comfortable situation if you look globally. It really has a very good cornea donation system, and this is adapted by a lot of countries in Africa now because it's more adequate from the African colleagues to look to India instead of looking to Europe or to the US, where exact what you say, we spend a lot of resources on that. And this is also my message. Don't understand me that I say I have a blueprint for everything. You always have to bring it to the regional conditions. But the main and the key issue is we have donors, and we have to care for the donors.
Last comment from Daria.
No, thank you. I just say that something because I'm a patient expert, but I'm also a professional. I have a scientific background. So for me, it's really important to communicate, to divulgate to other patients. The patients need to become patient expert, all patients. And I want to be cruel, but all we maybe are patients one day. Okay, so my perspective could be your perspective. Okay, so thank you.
Okay, I have 2 words to close the session. I have to say that I learned a lot from the 3 presenters and from the questions. I have learned that at some point we need to have some self-criticism. We do really good things about quality and safety, but for example, I learned that at some point we have to involve much more patients. In some of our substances, I agree in some substances they are involved, but we are missing this involvement. And when we talk about access, equity, at the end we are talking about organization. And we don't know the people waiting for tissues to be transplanted because we have not organized a waiting list. And we have a waiting list for organs. So afterwards, everything we said, and donation. When I go to organ donation congresses, we talk about how to manage organ donation. We don't talk about how to manage tissue donation in any congress. So at the end, it's a matter of organization and sharing our knowledge. I think we do a good job on quality and safety. We will have to be there. But there are some things I think that you raised that at some point can be improved. And thank you, Daria, for being part of this. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Hello, good morning. My name is Sebastián Galeano. I am a bone marrow specialist from Uruguay in South America. And I represent here the WBMT, is the worldwide network for blood and marrow transplantation. It is my pleasure to co-chair this session with Dr. Matthew Cunard. You know him, he's a member of the board of directors of ICCBBA, and he's a specialist in infectious diseases from the CDC in the United States. And currently he is the deputy editor-in-chief of the Journal of Emerging Infectious Diseases.
Well, I just wanted to say I'm not here in any official capacity for CDC. I'm professor of medicine at Hackensack School of Medicine and Emory School of Medicine in New Jersey and Georgia, respectively. But we certainly are very interested in emerging infectious diseases in the journal that I work for. So encourage submissions, but I'm not here in that capacity. Thank you.
Great. So the session today will be on donor-related and processing threats affecting MPHO and lessons learned. Matthew will introduce the speakers.
Well, we have a great session today, very exciting and interesting topic. We're going to start with what are the emerging infectious disease threats to MPHO from Dragoslav Domanovic, who is a great long-standing colleague of mine, long career at European CDC, and now with the European Blood Alliance.
Thank you, Matthew, for the nice introduction, and also a colleague from Uruguay. It is a pleasure to be here, and I am very thankful and grateful for the opportunity to present issue of emerging infectious disease threats to the MPHOs. Okay, I don't have any conflict of interest to declare. And in my presentation, first I will give one slide about European Blood Alliance, and then general overview of emerging infectious diseases. And then I will focus on selected emerging infectious diseases which pose threats to MPHO supply. So European Blood Alliance is a membership organization with expertise representing non-profit blood services across Europe, and it has 25 members and 4 observers, and the mission is to contribute to the availability, quality, safety and cost effectiveness of the blood and tissue supply by developing and maintaining actions and strong collaboration amongst European blood and tissue services to increase public and professional awareness of voluntary non-remunerated donations and to assist European blood establishments to continuously improve their performance. So the contribution of disease patterns into the demographic changes can be explained by epidemiological transition model. According to this model, the world is currently in this latest stage of epidemiologic transition in which, besides the delayed onset of degenerative diseases, we have the resurgence of known infections, which is accompanied by new series of new diseases, all of which can be spread very rapidly due to globalization. So the drop in the mortality rates due to infectious diseases over the 20th centuries was a consequence of a series of medical scientific breakthroughs, but also vaccination campaigns, use of antibiotics, the eradication of smallpox, and also decrease incidence of malaria, tuberculosis, and polio. This created an optimism that the ancient fight against infectious diseases has been won. Unfortunately, it came out that in the middle of this optimism, AIDS pandemic was already on its way. So just 2 months after the World Health Assembly announced, declared actually smallpox eradicated, in September the same year, in 1980s, the first case of cytomegalovirus and pneumocystis carini infections in one homosexual man has been diagnosed, which was actually the beginning of AIDS pandemic. So the efforts and the recognition of the AIDS threat to the safety of transfusion and transplantation has led to several shifts in paradigm, which was actually toward implementing precautionary principle, rapid implementation of laboratory screening, recognition of importance of surveillance, vigilance, and traceability, implementing regulatory oversight, and also developing pathogen reduction and or inactivation methodologies and technologies. But so traceability is important factor in mitigation of MPHO transmitted diseases, because traceability enables SOHO entities to identify the current and prior donations from the donor, to locate and quarantine any products in inventory from the current and donation and any prior donations, to identify the recipients of products of the current donation, as well as recipients of previous donations, and notify their physicians to exclude the donor for further donation, and to encourage the donor to consult the doctor for the investigation and treatment. these efforts to protect supply of MPHOs resulted in enormous investment into the detection, characterization, and also prevention of transmission of infectious diseases through MPHO, which resulted, this commitment resulted in, that nowadays we have a MPHO safety, at least in middle and high income countries, at a historically very high levels. So this hemovigilance data confirms that we have very low occurrence of transmission of infectious diseases through blood transfusion. We have also a little bit higher, which is related to the nature of collection and preparation of cells and tissues. The occurrence of these transmissions is a little bit higher than in blood transfusions, and also in Germany, in organ donations. But in addition, implementation of technological advance related to fractionation, so it means especially nanofiltration and other pathogen exchange, resulted in extremely high safety of plasma-derived medicinal products, which can be see from the proportion of hemophilic birth cohorts without any HIV was after 1984, and for HCV after 1992, and for HBV after 1993. Of course, related to receiving the coagulation factors. So, despite of this relatively high level of safety, the infectious disease transmission through MPHOs is becoming still unease in the public and also concern among health professionals, because every transmission is serious consequence, serious consequence to health, including death. That public health, it has public health significance because one component, or especially plasma-derived medicinal product, can infect a lot of people. The second, the perception of public about this threat is higher than it is actually objective, and the MPH safety is constantly under the threat from residual risk from existing infections and the unknown risk from emerging infectious diseases. So the emerging infections are infections that have newly appeared in the population or have existed but are rapidly increasing in incidence or geographic range. We now note 4 categories of these emerging infections: newly emerging, re-emerging, deliberately emerging, and also accidentally emerging infections. I will not deal with the latest 2 categories, but we will speak about newly emerging and re-emerging infections. So emergence and re-emergence of infectious diseases is actually driven by convergence of different factors that include globalization and environmental change, social and demographic drivers, public health system drivers, human behavior, urbanization, and agriculture and animal husbandry. This is the most important drivers of emergence of infectious diseases, and they can, in so-called EIDs, hotspots, act on the agent, pathogen, environment, and host, resulting in emergence or re-emergence of any disease. So in seminal study, which actually included 335 emerging infectious diseases or events that occurred between 1940 and 2004. It has been shown that emerging infections are constantly increasing in frequency, and zoonoses are the most frequent one, is with 60%. Then there are also 55% of bacterial infections related to drug resistance. And all this increase of emergence was correlated with all these mentioned drivers. So after the AIDS outbreak, we have a series of outbreaks of different, every year almost we have one outbreak or re-emergence of infectious diseases. And all of them actually could be, some of them could be also and have been declared as a emergency, which is a public health emergency of serious concern, and some of them went to also to become a pandemic. Besides all these efforts and to protect supply of MPHO, we had also developed additional tools. One of the very important and good tool for in my practice, which I had dealing with the emergence of disease, was this actually fact sheets published by Transfusion, and which is updated from time to time whenever there's a new infection or new data available. This is very useful. Was useful in looking into the emerging infectious disease, because it has infections which description or fact sheets about that they are potential threats to the transfusion. Then during the outbreaks, we developed some formulas to assess the risk or calculate the risk. European Blood Alliance developed, ECDC developed this EUFRAT tool for calculation of risk from emerging infections. And in the 2011, also Notify Library has been established with a publicly available library of didactic cases, which my colleague Evi will present after me. So during outbreak of emerging infections, you have to know which infections can also appear in the future, or where to invest resources. So in this line, there are some prioritization of diseases, and at ECDC we perform prioritization of arthropod-borne diseases, and when we look what was been done in 2012, this is still a valid prioritization. So I will deal about arthropod-borne diseases and arboviruses. First is well-known enemy, West Nile virus, which is actually maintains in the nature, in the cycle between mosquito birds, is as other group of Japanese encephalitis seroprevalence group. All these viruses are small, about 50 to 60 nanometer in diameter. They are RNA viruses with positive sense single-stranded RNA along around 10 to 11 kilobase. So I will not, with other viruses, I will not repeat this because it's more or less the same. They are enveloped spherical viruses. West Nile virus, what is important is that it is transmitted to humans, which are actually accidental dead-end hosts. So it means that from human, West Nile virus cannot be transmitted by bite of mosquito to another human. So it's humans, because humans developed very low viremia, not enough to transmit further the infections through bite of mosquitoes. Mosquitoes vectors are Culex, Pipiens molestus, and Quinque fasciatus, which is actually these most present vector in whole Europe, and also very spread in Americas as well. Important is that 80% of West Nile virus are actually asymptomatic cases, and which means that the donor can be asymptomatic and donate blood. And then we have also a very small percent, which is West Nile fever and West Nile neuroinvasive disease. What is the current situation? West Nile virus came from West Nile virus district of Uganda and has been discovered in 1937 and went through Egypt, Israel to Europe. Until 1996, it was only detected as a seroprevalence through serosurveys. But then 1996, there was the first outbreak in Bucharest, in Romania, with around 400 cases and of encephalitis. These cases were actually results, this outbreak of floodings in Bucharest. The Danube flood all Bucharest, and then when water retrieved, there were left water in basements, and there actually mosquitoes were developing. So the second outbreak was in Russia and Volgograd in 1999, and then also in 1999 started the New York outbreak, and very quickly the West Nile virus spread over the whole United States in several years. Because what was the reason? The reason was that the population was naive. In Europe, as you saw, that we have a seroprevalence of West Nile virus previously, so probably that was the reason that the population was naive. And a very important issue is that until 2004, actually, there was only lineage 1A in Europe, and then suddenly came also in 2004 lineage 2. In the past, lineage 2 was present only in Africa, and suddenly it appears, and then we had a big outbreak first in 2010, mostly in Greece, Romania, and mostly in these countries, and then we have several outbreaks, and it came out to 1,500 cases in some seasons. What is the characteristic of West Nile virus in Europe? So we have actually spread from southeast to northwest. So in 2010, there was only 4 regions actually affected, around 5 countries, and now we have actually 100 in 2023, now 148 cases in 16 countries. So it moves, and it went already to Germany. We have some cases also in the Netherlands. In France also, not only on the Côte d'Azur, but also it went up to other parts of France. So we applied several measures to prevent MPHO in Europe, and mainly is that we have a deferral for 20 days after leaving a risk area, locally acquired West Nile virus, unless the individual is nucleated. So we have nucleic acid testing and or also deferral of travelers. And differently is applied in the countries depending on whether there are local transmission in the country or there is only travelers coming from affected areas. Dengue virus, I have to speed up. Unfortunately, there is no time. So I will come to the most important issues. With dengue virus, dengue occurred in Europe very sporadically, mainly in the south of France and in Spain. But suddenly, a few years ago, it started to increase. And nowadays, we have a big increase. In last year, there was 280 cases. And also this year, especially in Italy, in Emilia-Romagna and the north part, there's a huge outbreak of dengue virus. Dengue is differently spreading and maintaining in the nature because its cyclus is human, mosquito-human cycle. So it does need the birds for maintaining in the of the virus. And the second issue, very important, is that dengue virus mosquitoes are not Culex, they are actually Aedes aegypti and Aedes albopictus. Although Aedes aegypti is not present in Europe, albopictus is in the south part of on the Mediterranean coast, a little bit upper. The second one important is that mosquitoes can transmit to eggs infections. So eggs can overwinter infected eggs and give the infected mosquito in the next season. Chikungunya has never been, so West Nile virus and dengue has been transmitted through cells, tissues, and organs and blood, but chikungunya never. We don't have any case, but it has a potential to be transmitted. And we have also 2 big outbreaks in Europe, although this is present chikungunya in other parts of subtropical and tropical parts of the world, in Brazil, in India, and but it can, by infected person, it can be actually by transportation, be exported or imported into countries where we have permissive conditions for mosquitoes. And also it is transmitted by Aedes aegypti and Aedes albopictus. Then we had 1 minute, okay. Zika virus. Zika virus, what is the characteristic of the Zika virus? It's also flavivirus, and it spread very fast through the world. It was very fast spread, and the main point was, although there were only few cases of transmission through, or probable transmission through blood transfusion, we cannot, the problem was that main was issue that it was also sexually transmitted. And when you have a sexual transmission, there's a problem in definition and specifying the prevention measures, because you have to ask whether you have sex or not you have sex. And so this is the main problem was with this, and also in the definition of what is this? Okay, sorry. So I put some characters. It's prohibited for you. So this is how it went from Africa to Polynesia for Yap Islands, then for French Polynesia, and to Brazil in few years, and it goes out in and Zika virus is mostly imported into the Europe. What is now very interesting issue, and this literature review showed that all these infections which are globally present, we have reported until 2022 only 74 cases of transmissions, 42 of West Nile, 18 for dengue, Zika 3, yellow fever 3, tick-borne encephalitis 3, Japanese encephalitis 2, and Povassan, St. Louis, Rose River, and by 1. So how it is? So maybe we have a good preventive measures, but also there's some hypothetical statements that maybe there's a difference between when we transmit disease by blood transfusion or cells and tissues organ, or when it is bite by mosquito. Maybe there are different immunological responses. But anyway, there's to support this is that we have a high prevalence of viral RNA in chikungunya, dengue, and Zika virus, and also high seroprevalence. And despite that, we don't have such a high transmissions. And also, the second issue, second support this problem is that the natural course of infections is mostly in all except chikungunya. They have a huge proportion of asymptomatic infections. Malaria, 0. Okay. Malaria is present worldwide problem. We are discussing how to improve diagnostic by introducing NAT testing. In Europe, this is mostly imported cases, but also we have some locally autochthonous cases which are coming by travelers to Europe, but also by workers, especially in Greece. What are the potential threats to blood safety? One is UC2 virus. If you can see UC2 virus present in the birds in 2002 was only few countries, and now in 2016 almost in all countries Europe birds are positive for UC2 virus. Second threats is Oropouche virus. This is new virus which is present already in Brazil and also Bolivia. And this virus is the outbreaks are already becoming more frequent in Brazil till the years. But now, this year, actually, Brazil published cases of vertical transmission of Oropouche infections, which implicates that probably can be transmitted by blood. To Europe, we had 19 cases this year imported from 18 cases from Cuba. There is a currently big outbreak of Oropouche and 1 case from Brazil. So also one very big threat are tick-borne protozoa, Babesia, which is present in Americas, but not in Europe, but is a threat, and also tick-borne viruses, which are coming from Asia, can come to Europe because these vectors are present. Ticks for these viruses are present in Europe. Hepatitis A virus, I will not go through, just to say that nowadays we have also rat hepatitis E virus, which is becoming more frequent. We have some reported cases, and also it can pose a threat to safety of MPHO safety. Variant Creutzfeldt-Jakob, this must I say, and then I will finish. Variant Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, which was in the United Kingdom, was a typical example of traceability, importance of traceability, because when it appeared in 1996, when it was declared that it is transmissible to humans, It means that they started investigating cases and see whether one case was a blood donor and whether this blood donor, whether the recipient of blood from those blood donors had developed Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, and vice versa, whether those who developed Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease received blood from, and whether these donors of this blood was actually positive or diagnosed with Creutzfeldt-Jakob. This was the problem because there was no test for Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, and it was not possible to test them. And during this is the remarkable work from TMER. It was Transfusion Medicine Epidemiology Research for group in the United Kingdom, which according to this traceability procedure, identified 4 cases of probable or probable and presumed cases of Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. There was also one related possible to factor VIII, and no cases where cells, tissues, and organs have been diagnosed. We have COVID, you know everything of COVID. I will not say that COVID doesn't pose a threat to safety blood, but to availability of blood and blood MPHOs at all. So, in summary, since the last decades, emerging infectious diseases have been occurring at an increasing rate, many of which have been classified as public health emergency of international concern and have some escalated into pandemics. Significant insight have been gained into maintaining EIDs transmissible by MPHOs and preventing related safety threats. We are beginning to understand how to tackle with challenges to the MPHO supply posed by EIDs, which are showing global spread, high contagiousness, and the effects of related public health interventions on the availability of donors, healthcare capacity, and personnel. So as EID drivers intensify, the likelihood of future outbreak increases, posing a new threat to the safety and the availability of MPHOs. Thank you very much, and apologize for being long.
So we're going to hold questions until the end of the presentations. Our next talk is from Dr. Evi Petrosili, who is also an esteemed colleague of mine, who will be speaking on handling and processing errors related to the Notify project.
Hello, thank you very much, Matt. Hello, everyone. I want to welcome everyone to this and thank you, everyone, for the ICCBBA board for the opportunity to present these results. So very briefly, it all started around just a few words about the Notify project, as it all started in 2010 after the adoption of a resolution by the World Health Assembly that gave the WHO a mandate to facilitate member state access to appropriate information on donation, processing, and transplantation of MPHOs, including data about serious adverse events and reactions. So in order to do so, the WHO asked CNT, the Italian National Transplant Center, as a collaborating center for vigilance and surveillance for human cells, tissues, and organs, to create a database, a free database that covers all the medical products of human origin and describes all types of adverse occurrences. So in the framework of this EU-funded project, the Vigilance and Surveillance for SOHO, the Notify project was launched. So The whole project is hosted in a dedicated website where all the tools are online and available for everyone. And there are documents, guidance documents, and vigilance guidance documents and vigilance reports from professional associations or competent authorities. And we highlight also the presence of the Notify booklet, which is a comprehensive document that describes all the aspects of vigilance, all the MPHOs, and the way it's organized in the different sectors. So the focus of the project is the Notify library, which is not a registry of things that happened, but it's a database. It's an online database of instructive cases that have been documented around the world. It covers the entire vigilance chain, so from donation, procurement to the clinical application of all MPHOs, as I mentioned. And all the cases are collected and analyzed by 5 different editorial groups of international experts that give their voluntary time to the project. And all cases are linked to their source reference. So very briefly here, we see the current editorial groups that reflect the type of occurrences that we are capturing. So we're having transmission of infections, of malignancies, process-related incidents, living donor reactions, and other clinical complications who include, for example, other transmissible diseases such as allergies and so on, or immunologic complications. So which are the sources that we use for this project? Mainly it comes from literature review. So we have set query-based searches on Ovid and Google Scholar platforms. We receive publication alerts, weekly updates. Another source of information for the library are the individual notifications. So we have our editorial group members or other health professionals that collaborate with the project who let us know of relevant publications. And another big part of source, let's say, for the library come from the gray literature. So competent authorities or professional associations that publish their annual records are being proposed to the library for inclusion. All this information gives birth, let's say, to records that can support the estimation of risk for donation or clinical application or implementation of changes in routine procedures in order to avoid recurrence. I mentioned 2 new types in the following 2 slides. I will show you 2 new resources that we are using in the last years. The first one is from WHO, the Epidemic Intelligence from Open Sources platform that has. We have collaborated with the AOS team, and we have created specific boards for MPHO-related adverse occurrences. And we are monitoring them, the Notify team, and we find new cases. And here you can see some pinned items as examples for new cases for inclusion in the library. The second source that we have been using is a document, is something that came out after an EU funded project, the Vista Joint Action, in 2017. And in that framework, a specific document was created in order to help competent authorities, European competent authorities that are creating their biovigilance report to the European Commission to select some relevant cases in order to be published in the Notify library. For this purpose, we have created, for example, the steps, some scheme triggers, for example, that could help them to select the cases, and a workflow and editorial process that guarantees anonymity as a source reference will be cited the European annual report of that year, and it will be not be linked to the country. On the right part, you can see a scheme of how the records are being structured. What we ask usually is a minimum data set that it's about adverse occurrence description and the MPHO type involved, the time to the detection of the occurrence, how it was presented, all the information for imputability setting, and of course the reference. And in the last years, we have asked our editorial group members to give an expert comment that based on the publication that gives an extra added value for this effort. Very briefly, just to give you some numbers, right now we have 1,953 records and 2,860 references. And if we analyze the content by MPHO type, we see that almost half of them relate to organs, followed by 20% for blood, 16% for cells, and the majority are HPC cases, 14% tissues, 4% for reproductive tissues and cells, and the remaining for other MPHOs. Whereas by adverse occurrence type, we see that 70% of the cases that are inside the database are referred to harm to a recipient, followed by 16% of harm to donor and 13% risk of harm, and 14 cases related to harm to a fetus or offspring. Of course, all these macro categories are divided in subcategories that support the structured database on the website. So as I mentioned earlier, the project covers the entire vigilance chain, and there are some activity steps that are specific for specific types of MPHOs, but all the MPHOs are subjected, let's say, to these some general steps, and they all can have consequences. So donor selection or evaluation, procurement, transport, testing, and processing until the clinical application. And in parallel, there is traceability, which is a major prerequisite for MPHO safety. And traceability means the ability to locate and identify the MPHO involved during any of the activity steps, but also implies the ability to identify the donor and the blood and tissue establishment and the recipients at the medical facility or facilities if there are more organ recipients. Of course, it implies also the ability to locate and identify all relevant data relating to products and materials coming into contact with these MPHOs. So in the next few slides, I will present you some cases that come from the database that highlight problems that occurred in some different activity steps. So first one, a case of transmission of yellow fever vaccine virus through blood transfusion and organ transplantation. This is a case where 4 patients who had received organs from a common donor developed encephalitis beginning 2 to 6 weeks after transplantation. So this started the investigation. All known causes of encephalitis were excluded. Everything was negative. And at some point, metagenomic next-generation sequencing identified one read from yellow fever virus in the CSF of a recipient of a kidney. But the recent infection was confirmed in all 4 recipients. 2 of them recovered, but 2 patients had no recovery and eventually died. So what happened in this case is that 3 days before organ procurement, the organ donor received a blood transfusion from a donor who had received a yellow fever vaccine 6 days before blood donation. So the standard pre-donation screening questionnaire who had included a question about vaccination was administered but failed to elicit vaccination history to prevent blood donation, showing the limitations sometimes of obtaining accurate information through the administration of donor history questionnaires. This is another case of metastatic breast carcinoma transmission to 4 recipients with disease manifesting at different times between 16 months and 6 years after transplantation. The donor cancer was unknown at the time of transplant, which means that either it was not clinical relevant, apparent, or it was present but missed during the physical examination. 3 out of 4 recipients died as a result of this, and 1 recipient survived after transplant nephrectomy, followed by cessation of immunosuppression and chemotherapy. This report shows that it is prudent to consider donor origin in any unusual late arising tumor in a transplant recipient, and if possible, make steps to confirm this suspicion. And this is important because it will provide warning for other potential recipients from that donor. In this publication, the authors also note that a breast examination should be part of the routine donor physical examination. Moving on to this known adverse occurrence, Candida species contamination of preservation fluid, in this case kidney. Peritoneal contamination during multi-abdominal organ is not a frequent event, but when transmission occurs and there is no intervention, the risk of significant complication is high. The rate of Candida species isolation from organ preservation fluid varies widely. In this small prospective 1-year study, it was found 8.6 with 2 out of 6 recipients complicating their course since they developed severe mycotic vascular complications and at the end to transplantectomy. So there is no consensus in the use of antifungal prophylaxis in renal transplantation when the culture results positive. It's usually based on a local experience, and also the culture of preservation fluid is not universally applied. This is another case of where Mycobacterium fortuitum and Aspergillus fumigatus infection followed fat graft. The patient presented with painful swelling and erythema at implantation sites on face 4 weeks after replantation. CT scan that we can see here showed multiple nodular lesions compatible with abscesses. So the open pus culture confirmed the diagnosis of Mycobacterium and Aspergillus. This is specifically related to an infection from a cryopreserved autologous graft. The contamination likely occurred during handling in different parts of the process, either at the harvest, during cryopreservation, while it was stored for 2 months, or during the thawing procedure, or during implantation. But it's unlikely that the source was during the harvest, because the same fat from the same lipectomy was used in the first operation surgery in the recipient and resulted in no harm. And also the body site where harvest took place was not reported in this publication. This is a case of drug-resistant E. coli bacteremia transmitted by fecal microbiota transplantation. In both cases, one recipient survived, the other recipient died, unfortunately. In both cases, it was linked to the same stool donor using genomic sequencing. And frozen fecal samples obtained from the patients before were cultured and found to be negative, so it wasn't, it was a donor-derived. And during the protocols and during the screening, all the protocols were followed, but no risk factors of multi-drug resistant organism were noticed. So after this serious event happened, donor stool screening was expanded to include this kind of tests for ESBL producing organisms. So this important thing changed the policy. An example from the blood world. This is a case of a 45-year-old male that presented with severe shock after a gunshot wound. A massive transfusion protocol was activated. He received a total of 113 blood products. But what is strange in this case is that it was discovered that the patient received incorrect blood typing after 4 days. And he succumbed to multiple organ failure on day 8. So what is important in this record is that double or triple checking blood typing is paramount, especially in urgent conditions. That the clinicians must remain vigilant for early signs of transfusion reactions and recognize that these might present atypically. And this case underscores the need for systemic improvements, including enhanced protocols and technology to minimize blood typing errors, and also training clinicians to recognize these reactions. Last example that I wanted to, it's from the MAR world. So this is a case of loss of donor sperm belonging to 250 patients due to liquid nitrogen that was run out earlier than expected. The investigation revealed that the valve that was supplying it was left closed, and moreover there was also a damaged connection. So also the tank, the storage tank, could not fill entirely. And the incident highlighted the need to make sure that laboratory staff understand how to use the supply tanks and have further training in the use of liquid nitrogen, especially in relation to identifying potential problems. So, in conclusion, Notify Library should be seen as a compendium of instructive information in order to raise clinicians' awareness of occurrences that can happen related to their practices, how they have been detected, investigated, and managed elsewhere, and offers easy access to reliable, empiric, and real-life experience that can be of use in guideline development by professionals and health authorities when managing a specific adverse occurrence or when they're estimating a risk. And last but not least, this network is unique in its kind since it puts together this very broad scope. So the sharing of vigilance information across international borders and between all these different professional sectors working in different MPHO fields can provide invaluable input to improving the safety and effectiveness in very different geographical and clinical realities. So thank you very much, and I will be happy to receive questions.
So I'd like to invite both speakers to come up and join us for a short discussion. We're at time, but we got an okay to extend this by another 5 to 10 minutes. So we'll appreciate it if we get some audience participation on this issue. While people are thinking of questions they'd like to ask, maybe we can start with a thought that comes to mind: how to tackle a regional problem. I mean, because an emerging infectious disease, either emerging or re-emerging, usually starts in one place and spreads. And so if we take South America as an example, Chagas disease has been a long-standing issue, and one that's become a more recent problem is Oropouche virus. I know that there are 2 representatives from Anvisa here. Maybe they could also discuss, how they would approach it. But first, I'll ask my colleague, Dr. Galeano, to start with some thoughts.
Thanks, Matthew. Yes, I think that Dr. Domanovic should have more time for the next time to tackle all these infectious problems, and particularly the parasites, because they are a silent problem. And we have a lot of experience in Latin America with this, particularly with the Chagas disease. We have now the Oropouche virus also. That does not seem to be a big threat for MPHO, at least until now. But in Chagas disease, for example, is a parasite that can be silent for a long period of time. And in our region, thanks to the governments and the organization of the PAHO in Latin America, the vectorial transmission has been controlled very well with countries that have disappeared the vectorial transmission. And this has also changed the epidemiology of the disease, because it was a rural disease limited to Latin America. And now there are other ways of transmission, like blood components and transplants, and congenital transmission also from mother to child. So maybe people living in US or Europe or other Asia may have the disease, they don't know, and it's a risk for the donation and also for the recipients. So I don't know how many of us are from Latin America. Please raise our hands. So, and some of us, we are not working in Latin America, working in other countries, and maybe some people living in other regions can have the Chagas disease and can transmit this to a recipient, or even maybe a recipient and reactivate the problem. So this is something that I would like to emphasize, that we need to think in a global strategy for those parasites.
Any comments from the audience on that? Yes.
So the Brazilian donor registry has over 2 million donors in their database, and as you may know, Brazil has a very diverse HLA, and there are many countries dependent on because the only donor is found in Brazil. So how are we going to tackle that on a global level?
Here we have a representative from Brazil and also from INCUCAI, the National Registry of Argentina. And if you want to mention, in our countries, it's mandatory to check the serology for all the donors, the potential donors.
At verification typing or at workup?
Sorry?
At verification typing or at workup?
Maybe, do you want someone from the lab in Latin America would like to clarify that? Usually we check with serology. We do two tests, 2 different tests. Maybe Richard from the INCUCAI can clarify. Yes, 2 serological tests for all the potential donors, and of course for all the blood transfusions in our countries, it's mandatory also to check for Chagas disease. But maybe you have someone living for all his, or even that was born, for example, in Spain, but his grandmother was born in Bolivia or in Uruguay, and he may be a carrier of Chagas. We don't even know during the whole life. And this can become a problem when he donates for a solid organ or hematopoietic stem cell transplant, because the recipient will receive the Chagas and will be immunosuppressed and can reactivate and have a threatening disease.
Yeah. Yes. PAHO report, we report every 3 years about blood donation. It's universal screening for totally donors. But in organ donation and tissue is so-so because we don't have information about that. It's different for each country. And now we promote in the strategy, regional strategy for donation and transplantation, promote universal screening for tissue and organ. At the other point, we have two steps. One in interview for donors. We ask about vector, they live in endemic zone, and then obviously to review this proposal of make the screening. And then we now have one strategy to confirm this case and include this in the vigilant register or a vigilant register to maintain the Chagas disease program or other event, and obviously retire or deferring this person of donors. This is the strategy in general.
I wanted to just give some perspective from the U.S. There was an effort to screen blood for Chagas, and it was found that it wasn't as large a problem as was initially thought. But one issue that is being actively screened for is babesia. So it's sort of the American malaria. And so it just underlies the point that some issues are regional. So you have to do your own assessment to see what the risks are. So I don't know if our other panelists have any comment on that. Yeah, please.
The same approach is in Europe, actually, and now there is a discussion how to proceed with Chagas and how to implement. So it's actually assessment underway how to deal with this. Especially we have the problems with travelers or those who are coming to live from those countries.
From a global perspective, also, we have to consider the fact that we cannot test for everything, obviously. And therefore, what kind of policies do we put in place in terms of the different techniques, harm reduction, risk reduction, testing, diagnostics that we have also in different regions and the capacities. So this is also becomes a bit critical. So what to look for in terms of endemic prevalence, but also the availability of different resources, diagnostics and techniques. One other thing I wanted to ask is that this is for the most established, let's say, MPHOs, the more standard, the more used. What with the other products that we do not have? I mean, you know, Evie showed in the database this small category, the other types, where probably it's not that they are small, but we do not have a lot of publications in these areas. And I would just like to reference the milk, human milk that is coming in also a bit strongly now, maybe. We see that in the new SOHO regulation in the Europe. We are also working on that level in WHO. So there's different pathways here, there's different recipient groups, and therefore how do we manage with a variety, let's say, of products, and how do we validate or verify those specific transmission pathways, if I put it that way? I mean, how do you know which disease, how is it transmitted, through which product, so that we can have, from a regulatory perspective, a more comprehensive approach for all MPHOs. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I want to start with Evie and then maybe come back across, because that was a question I had, is there's pretty robust systems for blood in terms of surveillance for transmitted diseases and also errors. Some for organs, tissues less, and then advanced stem cell therapies, I'm not sure. So how do we sort of approach all these different medical products of human origin, since they're all coming from the same place? So how do we approach that?
Okay, what we do as Notify, we approach majorly the professional associations, and this is our first, let's say, interlocutor for facing the problem. For example, milk that Stratos mentioned, by doing some search, there are only papers about contamination or a mix of human milk with cow milk, for example, things that were bought on the internet and things like that. I don't know if at the professional level, I don't know if there is a group that is actually working only on milk banks. I'm not an expert. If they have knowledge about things much more concrete about that. For CAR T cells and advanced cellular therapies, I think it's much more complicated.
Drago?
It's a very difficult question. But anyway, we have to have specialities related already to specialists who can assess the risk of transmission through cells and tissues, organs and blood, because it's a little bit going too far. So when we have outbreak of an emerging infection, the identification of this outbreak is not our duty. It's a duty of the public health. But our duty is to assess whether this new infection is transmissible through SOHO. But it cannot be. It is good. Let's say idea was nowadays to ECDC to have 3 specialists which are differently in different field specialists to assess transmissibility of these infections. And it will go further, but then we have some kind of borderline, whether it is there or there. And sometimes it's a question of scientific research.
No, I absolutely agree with that. I think we need to have specialists from all the different MPHO, because although we have a lot of infections that or other problems that can be common to all of the different, I'm thinking, for example, if you talking about parasites, for example, strongyloides is a big problem in the world. And it is a huge problem for transmission in solid organ transplantation, but it does not seem to be a problem in hematopoietic cell transplantation, for example, for the donors. So it's very important also to tackle this, to have different specialists from different areas.
Yeah, this will be the last comment, and then we'll need to wrap it up.
No, just to say that that's the importance also of groups like that, no? That bring together all the different specialities and specializations, MPHO fields. So it was also the right place to pose a question like that.
Can I ask just one question? Yeah. I just wanted an opinion on, in our region, we have what is called poison donors. We have a lot of them for snake bite. And I'm not sure if that should be notifiable. We have, the corneal transplant team will not take, snake bites, but solid organ transplant we do take. But we have a huge number of deaths from poisons, organophosphorus, snake bite, and so on. So I'm not sure if that is notifiable.
Poisons? Snake bites.
That's an interesting, consideration, and certainly has to be different criteria for different medical products.
The acutely bitten, they cannot be donors. Yeah.
Just the importance of having not only specialists from different areas, but also from different regions of the world. Of course.
Well, thank you very much for a great session to the speakers and to the audience. And now we'll move to our next session. Thank you.
All right, so I guess that everybody is ready. First of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Livia Cannata. I'm the head of International Relations Office at the Italian National Blood Center. And this is Simonetta Pupella. There she is.
Yes, my name is Simonetta Pupella. I'm from the CNS, Italy. So we are your chair in this discussion.
Okay, we just give you very briefly some, let's say, organizational information. So we have postponed the end of this session until 1:15. We will give you a very brief intro. We will just recall some, let's say, general concepts, so to try to drive your attention when we will have to reply to the questions. The group discussion should be more or less 45 minutes. We were thinking to have 15 minutes per question. Maybe it's better to reduce it to 10. And then we will all together, let's say, combine the outcomes of the discussion. So there will be 3 questions, okay? As I said, 10, 15 minutes per question. This will be your task. We will try to facilitate the discussion, but as was said at the beginning of this meeting, we really need your inputs. We act as competent authorities, and it will be very nice to have your interaction and getting inputs from all of you. And then we'll be combining the group's contribution. Okay, I leave the floor for the general part to Simonetta, please.
I don't want to use too much time because I think it is better to discuss all together, and I'm completely sure that all the people in the room, all you are perfectly aware about the concept of traceability. So the maintenance of a permanent and continuous information trail along the chain from the donor of MPHO and the recipients or any other possible final destination and vice versa. This is the main concept of traceability. Our task, because we divided the task in the 3 groups, yes, but with the different focus. So we have to think about challenges and threats and barriers or opportunities when we talk about traceability as an essential tool for the safety of substance of human origin, of MPHO, as we called in this context. We have to think about innovation. So our focus is to think about what could be new in terms of products, in terms of preparation process. And we just recall the definition of soil preparation, substance of human origin. So in our discussion, MPHO, that means type of soil that has been subjected to processes and where relevant one or more other soil activities that have a direct impact on the quality and safety or effectiveness of soil. So we have to consider the new products or the product coming from a new process with a specific clinical indication and intended for human application. In this view, we have to consider the questions that have been prepared. Another two concept very briefly. What is a novelty? There is a lot of discussion in the European context about what is a novelty, because something may be a novelty in my organization, but maybe not a novelty in another one. So the concept is any change that may affect the quality and the safety of blood, tissue, and cells, and the safety of the recipients. It may include a new MPHO, a new procedure design for preparing MPHO, or an adaptation of the procedures, or what we change, a significant change. So a change that could significantly affect quality and safety of MPHO and the safety of the recipients. So the main concept, if we are in front of a novelty or an essential change in a process, we have to think about something where we have not full knowledge and we do not know completely which are the specifications, which are the standards we have to refer to. And in this case, in this situation, so in the framework of innovation, traceability, how traceability may deal with innovation. So the first question is, what are the key strategies to cope with innovation while ensuring safety and traceability of MPHO? So the first question is, if we think about traceability, our questions in general are, who is responsible for, which are the relevant information to be maintained along the process from the donor to the recipients. If we think about something really new, which could be how to deal with innovation when we think about traceability. So the idea is to discuss together this first point and to try to get some common view or common aspects to take into account and then to report to the plenary. Then we move to the second question and then to the third, just to have one question.
Great, so we can open up the discussion. Are there already any thoughts? Any replies to this question, please?
So we're discussing both bullet points here, is that right?
So this is the first question. So yes, let's say that, as we said, task for participants. So the reply should be discuss how to deal with new preparation process to enhance both quality and safety, and also to take into consideration ethical parts.
Put in the bottom part of the slide
It's
some
an example.
potential point to consider.
Yeah, well, the first thing is I think patients should know what they're getting. So consent is, I think, needs to be explicitly stated what that means, and that means that they understand that they're getting an MPHO, and unfortunately, that's not always the case. One example that comes to mind is a bone in dental procedures. Oftentimes, the patient is not told this is coming, this is cadaveric. And so, and as we get more and more exotic and technologically advanced therapies, it becomes more and more difficult for even the physician to understand what's in it. So that makes it makes characterization of that product very, very important.
And
thank you. I will say something about that. I think that we have a lot of professionals that are very deeply interconnected and with high skills, but physicians or medicine, biologists, I think it's we have the need to another professional figures that it's not a patient expert, or it's someone that communicate, okay, in a good way, because I saw a lot of physicians or specialists that have no time to communicate in a good way, and someone of us had already the skills to communicate but have no time. Others have their specialization and no communication skills. It's not a problem, but I think in a utopic way, we need to a professional that communicate in a good way to patients what they are doing, what is the journey. Okay. Thank you.
Great.
So the key words in this case would be then characterization and clarity to patients and communication skills.
If we think about innovation, sometimes we need to approach the assessment of the effectiveness of the new product in the patients. And we have to apply a so-called clinical outcome follow-up or plan to get all the feedback from the patients. So the patients need to be informed, not only for the consent in the ethical sense, but any consent needs to have a very precise information for the patients under the technical point of view, comprehensive and also understandable by the patient. So it is a great skill, and sometimes I agree with the colleagues, the physician are not completely trained for these skills sometimes.
Yeah, just a comment about new preparations. Would the transfusion of the red cell be discovered today, it wouldn't be so easily given to the patients before having clinical studies demonstrating that the red cell transfusion is in fact helpful. So now we are transfusing every day a lot of red cells, and sometimes we are not sure that it is a good therapy. But if we talk about novelties or new products, then we have to come up with the idea that we have to demonstrate that is effective, and that the benefit is more than the risk that we are giving to the patient. So it is something that if we think about the new products that were not produced today, but we are going to produce in the future, we have to change our mentality and our approach, not defining by itself that they are good, but in some way, although not going through regular clinical trials as we do with the normal drugs, but in some way we have to think to demonstrate how this new product is really helpful, and it is not just only, let me say, a physiological or physiopathologic thinking that it is good for that disease or for that clinical condition. So discuss how to deal with new preparation. First of all is, in my opinion, to design clinical studies that in some way demonstrate that in fact the benefit for this new product is superior than the risk. I go back, I'm more or less an expert just in the field of blood, nothing else. But if I go back a few years ago when we started to use the components for topical use as the platelet gel or so on, so we started to do it, but we started in a new way to trying to demonstrate that in fact it is not only safe but also helpful for the patient, and not unuseful or something that we do, but let me say it is not very different from the water of Lourdes.
Good morning or good afternoon, and thank you very much for this really interesting conversation. I am Karen van der Berg. I'm from South Africa, the blood transfusion service there. For me, when I look at this, I have significant concerns regarding the equitable access through the way in which we approach some of these products and how we collect them and so forth. And for me, one of the key considerations is this near obsession, I think, that many of us have with the precautionary principle versus evidence-based, and how the precautionary principle was the outcome of really bad practices in the 70s and 80s and early 90s, but we have moved on from that. But I don't know that our approach to this have moved on. And so for me, when I think about safety and traceability in a country, for example, where we have the biggest HIV population in the world, those two things to me should be aligned. The more safe a particular product is, I think the less important traceability becomes. And so that if there is a high degree of safety concerns, you need to have a very high degree of traceability. But inversely, as something has been demonstrated to be significantly safe, the need for traceability, I think, should be reduced. And part of the reason why I'm driving these kinds of conversations is the burden around traceability and safety creates almost insurmountable barriers to equitable access. And so it does not help that you have a product that is extremely safe and fully traceable, but nobody other than the super rich can afford to have it. And similarly, in terms of consent, there's the consent from the donor, and then the consent or the family, and then the consent of the patient. And in some ways, I think we have moved too far in all of this. And while I agree that one needs to know that your product that you're getting is from human origin, again, I think the consent part needs to be linked to how safe a particular product is. And I am a blood banker, so I mean, I am immersed in all of this. But if something is really safe, why are we singling out MPHOs compared to other therapeutic interventions in the degree of consent we require? So I just wanted to maybe, from a perspective of a low and middle income country, when we become too onerous in what we demand, we limit access. And then you have the situation where you bleed or collect from the poor to give to the rich, which is what we sometimes see in blood transfusion, where the product becomes so expensive, only the rich have access to it, even though predominantly donation occurs from lower income groups. Thank you.
Good point.
Hello. I am just trying to give another angle when we are looking at improving the process of blood donation in terms of innovation. Electronic health records can particularly help improve the process of blood donation, where all the basic clinical information, past history of any procedures or any transplant itself had happened to the donor, or any transfusion that has happened to the donor can be extracted, which would really help to improve the traceability part of it. And also one more angle to it is to get some declarations from the donor itself as well on these clinical information from donor, which can help build the former larger consent for the recipient. I think that can also help to improve overall process.
We moved the microphone. Other points?
Joaquim Ives from the Blood and Tissue Bank in Barcelona. I mean, I would like to take it from there and expand it a little bit. We had, let's say, a problem when we use progenitor cells from umbilical cord in a project that was very innovative, because we wanted to reprogram those cells to generate pluripotent stem cells. So that, of course, was not in the informed consent of the mothers who gave the blood. And I'm wondering if there is an ethically acceptable procedure that could be more generic when there is a donation, and then we reduce the burden of the documents recontacting donors every time that we need to innovate, we want to innovate with something new. And also when it relates to the potential public-private collaboration, because in some cases, maybe there will be some commercial uses of those. And that also needs to be informed to the donors, but it's not easy. Actually, we don't have this problem solved already in Spain. And I wonder, maybe more than an answer is probably a question, but what do you think about this?
Well, the topic of the private-public cooperation is relevant, and in the field of blood we have an experience that is common in Italy and in Spain. We collect plasma in our blood establishments that are public, that are run by the public organizations, and we don't sell plasma. We just sell plasma for fractionation to the companies. We pay the companies for having the plasma fractionated, and we have back the products. So this is a good example of, in my opinion, of public-private cooperation, where the public is the owner of the process, and the company doesn't lose money because they are paid to do the job for us. So, generally speaking, there are in the public organization there are capabilities and there are understandings that can be used by the public and in agreement with the companies, with the private sector, in order to have, however, at the end, a product that is in the hands of the public organization for the benefit of the patients. So I would not blame any kind of cooperation between public and private. The only thing I would really agree is to have the process under the control of the public.
There was another intervention there. Yeah, there is another one.
Yes, hi. I'm Kelly Tillman from Ghent University Hospital. I'm from the MAR sector. Just on the discussion now, I hear the word collaboration. I think that's an important strategy to work together, because what we often see is that people are innovating within their own centers, and the way that they are doing things is not very transparent. So if I would say key strategies to cope with innovation, I would really urge every competent authority to go down on the administrative and bureaucratic burden for innovation, so that at least we can try and start and try something, because we need to actually, before we can do something, already say that it's going to be effective in which way, which sometimes is not always easy. So if that could be less burden, that would be great, and some kind of methodology so that we can collaborate with a lot more centers. For instance, in the MAR sector, in the Netherlands at least, you have a kind of a platform where you can just have a look which centers are running an RCT in the sector, and you can just say, hey, you know what, I want to participate to that. And in that way, you can actually build collaborations and have bigger data on a shorter time to show your competent authority that innovation works. So that could have an impact, I think, as a strategy to cope with innovation.
Thank you.
So I just want to take Manisha's point about patient records, digitalization, and one of the key factors in innovation is data to support it. And data reporting burden right now is tremendous. We hope that we will start to get the fruit of the work of people like Manisha in terms of that data being more easily pulled out of systems in an anonymized fashion, but it would also reduce the bureaucracy that Kelly just cited there as well. And registries are key to this. And collect once and use often. That has to be the mantra.
Sorry, just we will take the last comment maybe, and then we move to the other question, if it's okay for everyone. Yeah.
No,
the last two.
Please.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to follow up on the interesting, provocative comment from our colleague in South Africa, because I really have given that some thought, and I do think there's some merit in that. However, I think that there should be a minimum level of consent no matter what the product of human origin is, because there's prions. I mean, no matter how you process something, there's always going to be some risk of transmission. But perhaps there should also be an escalating consent depending on what the product is. And we'll hear about this tuberculosis transmission, I think, this afternoon, where there was tuberculosis transmitted in a dental implant to the jaw because it was a live cell product. I never thought before this that dentists used live products, but they do. And so no matter where it goes, there should be some, I think, designation that it's a live cell and therefore has a different level of risk than other processed tissues.
I was going to address the provocative question as well. So Mickey Ko from London and Singapore. I can understand the value of what you're proposing to some and that it might provide bigger, kind of more universal access. But I think when we deal with novel products, maybe we need to think about these various points. The first thing is, I think we're very used to understanding the scheme of novel drugs, pharmaceutical drugs, and how to get these approved, and then how to do post-marketing approval. I think that paradigm has obviously come into SOHOs, into cell and gene therapies as well, and may not be the perfect fit. Because we are dealing with very, very novel products that we cannot run a similar kind of, RCT followed by phase 1, phase 2, phase 2, because we don't have, first of all, it's too expensive to run. Number two, some of the diseases may be rather rare and may not be able to accrue those numbers. So we will certainly, I think, need a different mindset moving forward that will need the regulators, and I think the regulators are on board now to understand that this is a completely different field. And the regulators have responded. If you look at the FDA, if you look at the Japanese regulations, they have adapted themselves to this and made it so that these novel products are introduced at an earlier time point, at a more experimental time point, if you want to, so as to increase access. And I think that will be the way to go, so that we collect data on these patients. And as with everything in medicine, I think it's a question of risk versus benefit. And in many of these novel products, they're coming through for rare diseases which have no other treatment modalities available, then certainly that risk assessment versus benefit shifts dramatically. I think when we talk about blood, and I agree with you on all accounts, the amount of effort that goes into blood safety, and yet it is extremely safe. Do we need to do it anymore? I think it's very difficult from a medical and scientific community to always pull back on what we've established as quality. I think that's across the world. Whether that's right or wrong, I think is a different issue, and whether that deters or prevents equity of access is also a different issue. But that is, I think, kind of understood by all. Once you've established a certain level of quality, it's very difficult to go down. It's also equally controversial if we suddenly say, just because you're lower income or on the World Bank, a different scale, you should apply a different set of quality. I think to have the differential quality is also a dangerous way to proceed forward. But to expect then for some of these countries with more limited resources suddenly jump up and get to the quality poses its own challenges as well. So I don't think, in other words, for that last bit about blood, that there is a right answer. But I think it is difficult when you've established a certain quality to move back on it, is how I see it. But in terms of novel products, I think we do have to think about a new way of approaching it and a new way of understanding how to get this not only safe. So we really are dealing, sorry for going on and on, about safety, effectiveness, as well as equity of access. I think the three need to come together because they're interrelated.
I don't know if there is another intervention. The colleagues was trying to say something? No? No. Okay. So a lot of input. So thanks a lot. Just to the first question. Yes. I saw her.
Sorry, I'm Manuela Gomes from Portugal, representing the Tissue Engineering and Regenerative Medicine Society. So I just wanted to add or to bring to the discussion. I do agree that about the ownership of the public sector when we are trying also still to innovate through public-private partnerships. But when it comes to the applications back to the patients, I don't really see, at least for some more advanced therapies, how we can do that. And I do think that we need novel models, because in most cases, these advances or innovations, they are quite difficult to be implemented by the public sector. They don't have the infrastructures or the financial resources to do that and to, to bring this back to the patient. So how can we work this out? Because I think there's a lot of work and a lot of things that are being developed, a lot of innovations that do not go through and are really, I think, a big void in what we could do for the benefit of the patients, because we cannot, move from this step forward. Thank you.
It is a very good point. And this morning in the first session, we discussed a little bit, and some inputs comes regarding the needs to support the professional, scientific society and researchers to go forward and to put the results for the public health. And now it is not so proportionate, the resources in the pharma field instead of the soil field. We know is the same in our country, so we are perfectly aware about it. So thanks a lot. And we have to move to the second question. What are the current challenges or gaps in ensuring full traceability across the MPHO supply chain? We put something in the previous discussion, because first of all, we have a substance affected by extreme variability because it's biological, and then we have a long chain with different steps that needs to be traced, and we have the recipients, and then we have the effects, the outcome in the recipients that are not only short-term outcomes, but maybe long-term outcomes. So for the traceability, it is extremely challenging. And just some example. So your task, our task should be to identify gaps that could be addressed by innovative solution or new technologies for traceability, or if other MPHO sectors solved these challenges, and if we can learn something from these other sectors, just to stimulate a little bit of discussion.
Just one short comment. Yeah, there are many gaps that could be addressed by innovative solutions and new technologies. But the fact is that instead of deciding to lower the requirements for traceability, look at fields outside healthcare. I mean, if you go to agriculture, if you go to zootechnology, you have a lot of examples of how new technologies can help and can really. I think that we know much better on the meat that we have on the food than on the blood of our donors, I mean, we have to try to think out of the boxes and going to look at our fields, at different fields which are not in the healthcare system, which in other systems where traceability requirements are heavier than they are in the health system, and where technologies are helping really a lot also to lower the burden, to lower the cost of the traceability requirements.
Yeah. Okay. I don't want to be out of topic, but yeah, there is a lot of gaps. So I think that also looking forward in the ethical challenges also, and I think that it's I'm reading here CAR-T, gene therapy. First of all, we have the need of these therapies, advanced technologies, and it's really important to be safe. But once that I saw that the European agency allow certain therapy, and I hope that anyone from Italian agency hear me in this room. But we have a gap, for example, in a term of time to give in Italy or in other country something that is allowed at the European level. So we have to ask to ourselves, there is something wrong, or maybe there is something to be, I don't know, more effective, because we have bioethicists, we have physicians and clinicians that are really expert, and I think we need also to be a bit faster in sometimes, and because that makes patients is aging. Not all patients could be achieve these therapies, but it's a clinical problem. Okay, no problem. It's due a lack of time. It's I think it's this is the ethical focus. Thank you.
I think interoperability is something that is very important. And if I move away from the way that we are now thinking about traceability, is that we hope that if a patient gets an infection or something, or that he or she will come back to the hospital and tells us. Or even worse, we write a letter to them and ask if everything is fine. In 2024 and maybe in 2034, in my opinion, wouldn't it be great if you get an implant or a transplant or an embryo from a donor, sperm or egg, that information is coded on your, I don't know, identity card or whatever. And if you have an issue and you come to your hospital and they read your identity card because you're admitted to the hospital, that system picks up the fact that you have a disease, and that then there might be some processes behind the medical records that say, hey, wait a minute, this patient had a transplant of that type of tissue. So if he or she comes back with that type of disease, that there would be kind of an alert, something like that. And vice versa. If a provider has a recall and part of your tissue transplant had some, I don't know, some consumable inside it, that you would get an alert on your phone, because I mean, you know, so that would be actually the ideal world. So yes, technologies I think are the way forward, and we also have to involve the recipients, because a lot of people don't even know what they get. So how are we going to explain to them when they have to come and when they have to report if they don't even know what type of cell or product that they got? So I think there's a lot of gaps, but that I think nowadays with the technologies that are possible, I think, I mean, how hard can it be?
Well, I think that the technology is absolutely able to support this kind of work. For example, we have in Italy the health folder of each person, but up to now it is tracing vaccination. That's it. So know if he or she is a donor of tissues, cells, or blood, or anything. And when he or she becomes a patient, again, less information are in the folder. And there is the possibility, because I think the IT may support a lot in this field. And we said before, no, the electronic data. And also we learned from the COVID how it's important to share health information, not in the country, but globally. So, but anyway, I think it is a good perspective, but how to say, we have to prioritize the intervention, and sometimes in this field, in our field, priority is not. So, great.
And just to complement, this is something on what the European Commission is working a lot, relating to the build-up, setup of a European data space. And actually this would be, as the colleague said, let's say, the ultimate goal, so that throughout Europe, so this is regards just Europe, but this would be the ultimate goal.
Okay, please.
I fully agree with having, clear designation of which recipient received what. But I think that's like a downstream step after we identify the source of the problem. And I think to identify the source of the problem, to be able to notify who gets affected, is there needs to be, it's striking to me, I mean, not surprising that the editor-in-chief of one of the most infectious disease journals is not considering that the dental practice could result in this. So imagine what is the level of knowledge among practicing dentists. So, and I think now with the ubiquitous use of products of human origin, then probably it warrants thinking, is there minimum understanding and awareness among healthcare professionals of who reports what to whom and when and how? And I think this is probably something that needs to be incorporated in curriculum of medical students, dental students, nursing students, so that it is not after the fact that we are thinking who should report what to whom.
Yes. And hopefully once for everywhere.
Exactly.
Not repeating
curriculum.
the reporting, because the physicians are not time
Yeah,
to
I
report
think,
once, twice, third time, and so on.
And also I think once these programs or curriculum are incorporated, they can be part of the WHO global competency framework.
Very quickly, I mean, the answer, the current challenge is information. So that's it. And the information is collected, or somebody knows they're sick, but we're not getting the information and it's not shared. So IT is clearly the solution, and organizations like, again, I'll just point at Manisha here, and we have a session tomorrow, which is called Will Technology Save Us? So we can get into that in a bit more detail, hopefully.
Yeah, maybe to add to this, another challenge is the resources and not technology. I'm talking more about human resources. So I do agree that lack of knowledge is one big challenge, but also the people responsible to this type of task. And then I do believe that the national agencies and the national authorities will play or must play an important role to ensure that the organization or the entities or the hospital, I don't know whom, but there are the dedicated resources, human resources, to report and to maintain these registries.
Right. So just to add again from the technology perspective, I think a few of the challenges are, particularly I'm referring to India, we have multiple organ registries maintained by multiple NGOs, not-for-profit organization, as well as government. And the biggest problem is of knowing which organ is available at what place and who needs it. So the distributed data and the interoperability of it. I think I'll just talk about three, I would say, requirement in terms of maybe standardization. One is coding of the cells, tissue, and organ information first. Second, how do we standardize the exchange of this information across the distributed registries? So this may not be a regional or a country-specific requirement, maybe at international level across the countries. And particularly third is towards looking at certain standard specifications for the storage requirement, the physical storage. So for example, what are the specifications for cold storage for certain types of tissues or organs? Maybe very standard generic operating procedures for this will really help to solve the issues of the infections that are happening, non-utilization of organs, and so on. So I think these three factors are the biggest challenges from the interoperability perspective. I just wanted to add.
Linda, perhaps?
Okay, yeah, I would like to...
And maybe, sorry, we take, okay, just the last two, and then we move to the last question, because already it's 1:05, so we should, yeah.
I would like to circle back to Owen's comment that technology is, I think, the future. Resources, I agree, is also a problem. But the other problem is the regulatory data protection laws, because in many cases the data is available, but then we are not allowed to share with other organizations because of the privacy regulations.
Great.
Sorry. I didn't hear all the comments. I agree on most of them. I will say that at some point, my feeling about all the substances of human origin and the safety and quality, it has been a part, but there is the culture of quality and safety in our hospitals, because we do have patient safety standards from WHO related to patient safety. And we have quality management systems. At some point, I don't know why, we were not included in on any of them. And I agree at global level, we have to think about it, but at local level, at the regional level, we have systems at some point to include these substances in the quality and safety. It doesn't matter where you live. I'm sure quality and patient safety, it's in all the different health systems. So maybe we don't have to invent something new. I agree with the registries, but there are tools in our health systems that sometimes we can use for our purpose of, for example, my field, vigilance. And to have vigilance in those systems, you need traceability, and there are ways to use those tools that are there. We just have to jump in there and say, hello, I'm here. When there is a problem with a transplanted patient, you are not using these tools because there are not the standards. Actually, when I meet with them, there are not global standards of how we have to put the information related to a transplanted patient. So I think that we have to think about new technologies and how to do it, but I also think that we have to be more efficient of the tools that are already there for the safety of the patient.
I'm sure that IT technology may facilitate in some cases, because we have to put a code or something similar. So we have the possibility to discuss each other with the same language, no, and to exchange. So we move to the last.
Just the very last one, Dr. Martino, you wanted to add just very quickly, please.
Thank you. I totally agree with the problem of data, because collecting data, we need to ensure the safety of our data. But I see a lot of contrast in our society. We have patients that told me, there is a survey, an anonymous survey, and they worried about their data. At the same time, these people giving all their data to big companies, tech companies, social media, okay. So I think we have a problem. I heard about a project with artificial intelligence to build a case, okay, from randomly data. So we have an artificial patient, okay, with the data that are randomly built by artificial intelligence. I think we have a huge problem. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We move to the last and third question. So how can stakeholders, health authorities, industry, clinicians collaborate more effectively to enhance safety and traceability systems for MPHO? So we just want to share an example of collaboration. Maybe none of you will be familiar with the GAP joint action. It ended up last year. Now we're running the, let's say, proceedings of GAP, which is GAP Pro. In there, one of the goals it is to actually, let's say, test the GAP methodology with the perspective of a country joint assessments, and it regards, let's say, all the process related from the application to the final assessment or the new preparation. We'll be involving not only different member states, but also different actors. So it will be competent authorities, scientific societies, blood tissue and cells establishments. And indeed, one of the goals would be to push the boundaries to other frameworks, such as the one on medical devices. So it would be nice to know from you if innovations can work within or push the boundaries of current regulatory frameworks, and whether those frameworks need updating, but also how cross-sector collaboration can drive innovation. That's true. But and by the way, if I can just say, if you, CNS, CNT and ICCBA, I mean, they've been involved in different projects and joint action. We have a long history, don't we? So there's a table, a booth, communication booth outside in the other room. So if you are maybe interested in also having some more information about some joint action and projects, you can get the leaflets there. Yeah, please.
Yeah, more than an hour, but just to say, of course, the answer, those frameworks need updating, the answer is yes. But the question, the big question is not if they need to be updated, but how we can ensure in the future that this update doesn't take too long. So we need some automatic process in order to update those frameworks, because if we just think every year that in the next year we will update something, then when we have updated, it is too late and we have to go back again. So which are the automatic, let me say in some way, means to let us to update those frameworks in a rapid way, because technologies are much more rapid than the competent authorities. And I'm a competent authority, so I perfectly know what I'm saying.
Hi again. I'm thinking about how fragmented is the distribution of networks and the scope of the societies. I'm going to give you one example that I think that probably the highlight could be generosity. So the way it works in Spain, we have a network of advanced therapies, and we share manufacturing processes and how we perform the quality control. So we have a very clear idea about the traceability and the safety of these advanced therapies. And it's about generosity, because most of the people would say, well, this is my process, I'm not going to share the details. And actually, this is the best way in order to facilitate the patient access. And I can probably foresee that in the coming years, there will be some pan-European initiatives like this. We're actually promoting that with the Irish Transfusion Service, with the Finnish Red Cross, with the Sanquin in the Netherlands. The problem is that we don't have the money to do that. So then you also have to put your own resources in order to facilitate this networking.
True. On the side of the European Commission, the efforts are moving to the possibility to share a platform, and in the platform to put some available data available for all the European and extra-EU country probably about authorization of new preparation process, including some relevant data concerning validation of the process, of the operative steps of the preparation, and also the results of the clinical study related, performed in a proportionate way according to the risk benefit analysis. So this kind of data should be available for all, facilitating other countries to look at in the platform and to find some information relevant, and then to compare the own process with the process already authorized somewhere, just to reduce also the burden for some country if the process is exactly the same, if the steps are exactly the same. So we are going to put a lot of efforts in this direction, but for sure interoperability is the main point, and also IT technology shall support all this work, otherwise it's impossible.
I think we can be somewhat optimistic. I think we can see the bottle as half full, not half empty. And that's partly because if I see it as half empty, I get very pessimistic, and then why try harder? But if we remain optimistic, I think Mickey has already mentioned before that we can see regulators are on board with this different paradigm. Today or tomorrow we'll hear Peter Marks talk about the harmonization project done under WHO umbrella as well. I personally would say I've seen with the arrival of the cell and gene therapies, the CAR-Ts in particular, and authorization to bedside, the realization that no single player, and not the pharma company, not the physician, and not the hospital can do this by themselves. So that has opened up then much more emphasis on data sharing. I'll take Kim's words, generosity. When I worked for the EBMT around the registry as well, we had this concept of power or influence through generosity. You don't get anything out of it if you don't share it. That's where your authority comes from. But that's all in the context of network, of collaboration, and everybody having their role to play, because nobody's got the one solution to an increasingly complex scenario.
My name is Dea, and I'm from the industry, and I experience this every day when I'm doing my job. I'm sitting receiving reports of condition with donor children with genetic diseases, and we have really huge difficulties working with authorities about getting informations to actually do the assessment and the risk evaluation. There's so many issues in these things. So I see a lot of the things that you're saying about how IT can help us, but we need people to report in. We need to be able to work better together, and these are so huge as I see them from my chair, and I don't know how to solve them. So I really like some of these systems to help us and know how I can work better together with people. I don't know how to send information out to other countries, so I send them to my own government to hope they send it out, and we put it outside on the website. We don't know how to get these informations out for everybody. And it's not that we don't want and don't want to share. We just don't have the systems for it as it is right now.
Maybe if I can add, and how collaborate more effectively, of course, data sharing, transparency, common platform, and I will say that this type of events will facilitate to get the trust, because at the end of the day, is the trust between all of these health authorities, industry, and clinicians. So having the possibility to meet each other and exchange our challenge and our benefit or services, I do believe that will promote this collaborative more effectively for the matter. Yeah.
Hi, Yossi Schwartz. I'm representing FACT and the World of Transfusion Medicine and Bone Marrow Transplant. So I agree with everything was said, and Owen is correct. This is way better than it was. I do think that if the question is how more effectively enhance safety and traceability for the future, because we will make this meeting is only a start. In 30 years, I see with my kids, and we talked about IT, whatever doesn't get to your phone or their phone will not go. So whatever we develop, and it has to be something that is quickly address their attention, and whatever they respond, they should be, whoever makes this response should be very quickly on their phone or whatever tablets they use. Otherwise, I think we are just going to lose the battle, because we are sitting in the office looking for the survey. We already got, oh my God, 10 minutes to fill it. That's not going even to work for the years to buy. So IT absolutely some sort of common ground, but in a way more efficient than we do it now.
I agree. So I think the time is finished. Thanks a lot for all the inputs. Livia and me will try to summarize our discussion in the main points and then to present in the plenary. But if something is not in our presentation, very brief presentation, please put on the table during the discussion after the presentation of the single breakout session. And thanks a lot for a fruitful discussion. I'm very happy, and Owen, we are very happy of the session. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Definitely. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So first of all, thanks a lot for my co-chair Yuyun and for the group that at the beginning was a little shy, but after we take courage and we discuss a lot. So very, very interesting discussion. So our group, I think that the questions are the same, but maybe just briefly, I would like to read them. So the key strategies to cope with innovation while ensuring the safety and traceability of MPHO. We have a strong discussion at different level. We thought that first of all, it's very important to have this change management approach, taking into account the risk assessment, but the risk assessment shouldn't be the only part. It's only one tool to be used to have an overall idea of this change management. And we need really to focus with the scope. Sorry, maybe the English word is not the correct one, but it's the only that I have. So if it's really worthy to have this innovation, which is the scope, why we need to change. So really focus, first of all, of the scope and the demand. This is another hot topic that we have raised. So the demand is really something that the surgeon need, is something that we can substitute with something else, or how we can proceed. So this is the first the point. There is a very active discussion regarding human milk. We are lucky because there are representatives there. So we want to give also the overview from them. And for example, one issue is to take into account always the equity, the standardization, the harmonization of this part that maybe in some cases we do not always remember this important SOHO, MPHO, or substance of human origin. Also, there is somebody that raised properly the gene therapy part, because we are not sure in which part of the regulation and which regulation should be under which classification is, and so we are not sure if it's covered or not by the new regulation, and if yes, how. So we think that we need a clear regulation on that and a specific new standard in the SOHO European new regulation. I think that the point 4 is something that is very common throughout the discussion, I think also in another group. So the operator feel a lack of harmonization in general in the regulation among different countries. We have raised many examples regarding that it's very common to have a national regulation that don't follow the general one, or because there is no a general one. So we strongly believe that harmonization and that each state should follow this, not do different or more strict. Otherwise, I think that you lose the meaning to have a bigger regulation. Sorry, I always say European, but I know that for this reason I use bigger. This is another important point raised, that we consider that we need a full traceability and biovigilance to create a very easy, direct and clear connection between pharma products and the SOHO where they belong, where they came from. Because we have many examples of pharma based on human substances that there is no connection with the donor, for example, or is very difficult or is very hardly to find. So we think that one key strategy is to create this channel. Even point 6 came from also for the other points. So the platform we think that one key strategy is to create a platform. For example, for European, we have this future platform for the SAO regulation, so maybe it could be an example. Maybe mainly to share information. After we also specify better which kind of information. And as already said, target innovation. So we always need to think in our overall panorama, not only because a surgeon asks us a new technology, a new innovation, a new tissue, a new blood products, but keeping in mind everything. So something already exists, why I should start, the risk assessment, the change, what imply, I have enough resources, and so on. So this is for the, posso andare avanti con questo? Sì, ok, scusa. Okay, the second one, the current challenges or gap in ensuring full traceability across the medical MPHO supply chain. I have to say that education, awareness, and knowledge are terms that many times raised in the different speakers' idea. And we think that it's very important from the beginning to create the awareness and perform a specific educational program in the first line operators in healthcare professionals. So not only medical doctor, but nurses that a lot of time they help the medical doctor in surgery, in the operating theaters. So explaining very, very clear that they are managing human tissue, we need the traceability, biovigilance is essential, and so on. The second point, I think that specifically in Italy, IT gap is something that maybe we can work, but not raised by me, by other colleagues. And many times in my tissue banks, for example, when we send the traceability form, is a paper form that they need to fill manually, and after came back by email. And email is already an innovation, because maybe if the fax, I don't know the English if exists, fax, yeah. Since 1 year ago, we have a fax. So only fax is available in the hospital, but I think that you confirm this. And so already the email is something very new for us. But even that really is very hard to convince to write all the name or the surgery, where they apply, and so on. So we think that, for example, an informatical form or scanning, something that you can just scan, fill, and send, should be very innovative. Again, the colleague from milk world, but it's general one. This is why, because we don't have enough resources. I think that in public institution, one of the first point is the lack of resources and data published. Another point that I'm not familiar with, but I realize that for some country, especially in India, is the population migration. So there is the recipient that move or migrate or came there just to have surgery and came back. So keep the traceability is not easy because they came back to their country. And we think that to do all of this, we need high quality research and investigation, because I think that one of the lack, at least in tissue bank world, but I think that speaking in general, is the lack of data, lack of published paper, lack of sharing knowledge and data. So we think that this could be a good gap to fill. The last, some thematics, of course, occurred again. So ways of stakeholders to collaborate more effectively to enhance safety and traceability. So again, harmonized guidelines, not single national. This common platform that can be useful for the end users, the establishment, a hospital, and also the competent authority, where we can maybe fill data, finding evidence, other information that we think that could be helpful for another establishment, not only in Europe or in US, but worldwide. Again, the educational program for promoting program, and we would like to insist and stress the fact that in many cases the tools are already there, but we don't use properly. And so also for educational program, we can use program that are already there, but maybe nobody knows or we don't use them. Again, standard indicator and guidelines. So more or less we repeat, sorry, a little bit, but I think that these are the concepts. So the lack of educational, improvement of knowledge, harmonization of guidelines, and maybe create this platform to share data. My group, I forget something important that you wanted to add. I was good, Milk, I was good? Representing you? Okay, perfect. Okay, so thanks a lot again to my group, and thanks a lot.
I'm here representing the Breakout Room 1. So the questions are exactly the same, but we discussed about the under the point of view of innovation. So starting with the concept of new products, so novelties and preparation process related to novelties. So with a focus more on the process and how traceability may help interconnection and also may improve safety in the preparation process. There was a great, fruitful discussion, so thanks to all participating in Breakout 1. Regarding our summary is very synthetic. I tried to explain, but anyway, in the discussion after, we may, all the people in the group may add something. To the first question, we started with clarity to the patients. So one point, considering that when we approach a new process or a new product, or a product coming from a new process, at the end we have a product intended for the human application that at the beginning could not have all the specification defined, and we need to perform a clinical study to the patients to confirm effectiveness, safety, and efficacy in the patients. So the clarity to the patients and the capacity to communicate to the patients all these aspects, and just to have the patients aware about and participating in the flow. So we need to have some specific skill. Communication sometimes is not a skill so well trained in physician or people working in the establishment, but we need to have this skill to improve this skill, and the patients need to know the benefit and the risk related to the new product. Another point that we discussed was related to the equitable access to new preparation or products. Just to, in terms of balancing the precautionary principle and the evidence-based. Sometimes the precautionary principles limited the possibility to access to new therapy for the patients, but on the other side, we need to have evidence-based, certainties to for considering the new products. And it was also discussed how much traceability may follow the flow of the preparation process, and more knowledge we have about the product, about the specification of the product, about the action in the patients, so more safer is the product, and probably we need less traceability. But it is a point that we put on the table for an open discussion later on. As usual, also in our group, the problem of resources in terms of financial resources, mainly for the public sector, was treated, and also the needs to have a good cooperation within public, with public and private sectors in the field of innovations. Most important, digitalization, and also the possibility to share patients' records. So the clinical registries has a great role in providing some clinical data useful for all the community about the efficacy, effectiveness of the new product. And then concerning the traceability model, we discussed it about the point that the pharma model is not completely applicable to this MPHO. There are some differences in terms, for example, of trace the donor and the patients for a long term, considering the possibility to maintain a safe identification of the patients and of the donor in a long perspective. So there is the need to have a new mindset and on the side of the regulators, just to try to create the right model for full traceability, including in the traceability also all the vigilance actions that we have to put in place when we use in a clinical setting a new products. Our main terms related to first question was safety, effectiveness, and equitable access. We may move on the second question. What are the current challenges or gaps in ensuring full traceability across MPHO supply chain? And for sure, IT, information technology, digitalization are useful tools, and we have to learn about from other fields where IT development is going very fast, and sometimes in the health fields the IT technology is a little bit slow. So for sure, one gap is the availability of the technology. Another gap for ensuring the supply chain is that sometimes there is a delay from the patient, the approval, authorization of the novelties and the access of the patients to the therapy. So in the new regulation, there is something related to the time schedule, just to align the member states using the same time schedule for approve a submission for a novelties, approve the clinical outcome monitoring plan included in the application, and then approve in a definitive way the new products, just to be a little bit fast in the pathway. Another point was related to a better communication flow and an efficient reporting, but on this side we need to speak the same language in a global perspective. So we need to standardize information and to define which is the minimum data set and which are the operating procedure to go in the same direction and to be able to exchange information that in the field of innovation are very precious. If we consider speaking on the European, at the European level, how could be useful for a member state to have for a competent authority in a member state to have available some information related to a novelties already approved, authorized in a country with some with a specific data set about validation of the process, specification of the product, clinical outcome, to facilitate the flow in the other member states, and also reducing the resources to be put in the to obtain the same results. One point is data protection, and sometimes data protection may be an obstacle for the exchanging of information, mainly if we talk about patient information, but it could be, it is a challenge. And another point is that sometimes we have some resistance in the patients in sharing clinical information for the same scope, that is to consolidate therapy and to have this therapy consolidated, accessible for other patients. And there is a contradiction, because on the other side, every one of us is able to put information in the market, in the social, and something like this. And regarding how can stakeholders collaborate more effectively, it's a main point, because we have different stakeholders playing a role in these activities, so not only the health authority, but also clinicians, patient association, industry. So it is of great importance to collaborate actively and in an effective way. And sometimes each sector has a network, and the network, there is not interoperation or inter-exchange among the networks. So again, interoperability of IT system may be the solution, but we need to standardize the way to exchange information, and not only which data, but also in which time, and in a secure way. And that's it. And also I say to the people in my breakout room to integrate in the discussion. Thanks a lot.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm representative to Breaking Session 2. First of all, I will acknowledge to my participant group for this active discussion. The discussion was so difficult to concentrate in the time assigned, and also acknowledge to my co-chairs, Mauricio and Stratus, for the active participation. To put in context, we are working about the emergency, and the definition or the example that we have is crisis, emergency, like conflict, natural disaster, for example, Ukraine, or the experience occurred during COVID pandemic. This was our context. We tried to solve the same question that the previous group based on that, emergencies. One common topic that we discussed during all the session was that it's necessary to promote the inclusion of MPHO as essential products. It's important to consider them as vital part of all health system and need to be included in the National Public Emergency Plan. For that, it's mandatory to have a plan to have how to decide or how to proceed in emergencies. Another change that we perform is to have a different order to our ideas. First, it's necessary to know what are our current challenges or gaps to ensure the full traceability across the products. And the first discussion was that it's hard to have the full traceability in normal context, how to proceed in emergency, because we have different levels of development. Some of our group decide that the levels are important, and others speak that the preparation of the country, the economic situation can be the difference. And our group was formed by different backgrounds. For that, the ideas were so multiple, but we need to consider that traceability is a challenge, not only in emergencies, if not in the real life. Different legislation is another challenge because we need to know the different requirements to export and import products. To have traceability of MPHO to recipients is important, but always to have the vice versa traceability from recipient to MPHO, because not all the information is available in emergency, and they discuss if it's necessary to define a global minimal data for that traceability, of each country can define their minimum standard. It's a lack of mechanism for access to international supply for MPHO from another countries in emergency, for example, fire, pandemic, or any other contingent situation. After to know what are the current challenges, we decide to discuss the key strategies to solve that. And we consider that it's important to have the governance of all the traceability system, and to have an authorization system for each process or steps that include traceability and safety of requirements. It's mandatory to consider that the risk assessment according to the process or the product that we are working. That always we need to define the fast track or special process in case of emergencies. And to finish, how can stakeholders collaborate to have more effective to enhance safety and traceability? We consider that we need to have a centralized coordination from an established national authority to define and to give the plan how to proceed, to have a communication plan for reporting needs and threats, rapid alert system at national, regional, or maybe a global level. We need to define which is the impact of the emergency and the contingents that we will implement. As previously mentioned, policies to allow cross-border to exchange products and the professional capacity training, especially in low and middle income countries, for prioritize the use of MPHO versus other alternatives available, support solution products. And this was our discussion, and maybe my colleagues need to complement or to add something. Thank you.
Okay, we're just on time. We have a few minutes if anybody wants to add or raise any questions. Here we go.
Thank you. When we look forward 5 years from now, I think there should be a separate component, perhaps, how to use AI in tissue banking. Because in solid organ transplantation, we are talking about outcomes in long term using AI, and and personalized medicine. So I think as you go forward, maybe there should be something related to that if you're looking ahead. Thank you.
I'll just very quickly answer. I think we'll touch on it tomorrow in the Will Technology Save Us session. Clearly, we hope it does.
Thank you. And I think there are common themes that are running through from all the three groups. And so my question really is, what responsibility will we take upon ourselves as deliverables after this? And maybe you're coming to that after, because I think the common themes are central repository, harmonization of regulation, training, IT, and so how do we use the strength of this common discussions to actually then result in some change, tangible changes?
So I could try and answer that. There is an intention to, in the first instance, create a proceedings paper and try and have that published, of course. But from that in itself, we should be extracting the common threads and putting that out as a consensus. I think it's stated in the intention of this conference is to publish or to share a consensus from this group. And so much of what came out of the breakout sessions should be the basis for that, or the core of that. So, yeah.
Hey, after listening to these sessions, I think people are talking a lot about standardization of regulations. There are regulations available, but I think the most important thing is awareness. People are not aware that things are available for them to use and follow. That should be a very important thing.
I would agree with that. Anything else from the audience? Just here.
I had the opportunity to exchange a few thoughts during the coffee break, actually, with some of my peers. And
could you just introduce yourself? We should all do that anyway, but it's helpful.
Sorry, my name is Maria. I'm representing Bioforum UK. And we were thinking about why a forum exists and runs such important events only 5 years after, right? So this should be like an ongoing discussion that should be regularly updated in a kind of platform or networking event. So we were wishing that basically taking the message from those days, we could implement some kind of networking event more often, and with, even if it has to be remotely, right? But with a bit more, active, outcome should come from the event, and maybe stimulate engaging conversation in a shorter time frame.
Thanks very much, Maria. Jaap-Jan.
Yeah, Jaap-Jan from the Netherlands. We talk about standardization, but it might also be important to extend the word standardization towards universal, usable quality indicators. If we talk about safety, what is going wrong? If we talk about efficiency, what is efficient and how efficient is it? If we talk about accessibility, to have a uniform set of quality indicators, because of that, we can compare, we can look for the differences, and we can look for best practice. So that would be nice to add that to some of the recommendations, because I think that it's also within Europe and in the world as a broader community is regulation we can write everybody, but to have standardized quality indicators is the means to success and improvement.
Thank you.
So welcome everybody to this next session where we're really looking together at traceability, which was part of the focus of our discussions in the last session. And before we actually move to the presentations, firstly, I'll introduce myself. I'm Jo Weersum from the Netherlands, and I work at the Haemovigilance and Biovigilance Agency. And I'm also a little bit involved in blood donor care, as well as in the EU vigilance work for blood tissue cells and minimally our work in organs. In a moment, would you like to introduce yourself next, Kelly?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So I'm Kelly Tillman from Ghent University Hospital. I'm a lab director in medical assisted reproduction lab, the second largest lab in Belgium. And probably for you today, I'm the noisy person sniffing and coughing in the back. So I have a terrible cold, so thank you. I'm very sorry for making so much noise today, but I'll get through it. So go ahead. Thank you.
So to give the next part of our session a little bit of a perspective before we move to the first speaker, first I'd like you to raise your arms if you raise your hands if you are involved in blood safety. And please lower your hands if you think, well, I haven't really got the traceability quite where it should be in blood safety. So if it's more or less okay, you can keep your hands up. But if you think, no, really, there's serious issues, then you can lower your hands. So would somebody who lowered their hand be willing to comment on one matter which is a cause for concern about traceability? Somebody in a developed setting, if possible, somebody from a non-developed setting. If you lowered your hand, you're involved in blood, what's the problem? Would somebody volunteer that? Please. And give your country and your name, please, so we can all share.
Thank you. My name is Eric Kitangala from Kenya, working with the blood service for a lot of years, but just moved into regulation. So our country experience is issues of documentation. Trying to trace back from post-donation to the patient, to the lab, the blood service, to the donor. I think that is our biggest undoing. Mostly manual, not automated. Thank you.
Thank you. That gives us a little perspective. And very briefly, if somebody from a developed setting nevertheless has concerns about traceability in their country for blood, Truthy. Just briefly, so to set the scene.
Yeah, no, I think traceability in the UK is basically from MHRA as the regulatory body. They collect the blood compliance reports. But the infected blood inquiry really highlighted the issues that we have of the traceability over the years. And although it has improved, it is not 100% traceability. Mainly what we see is, again, poor IT and therefore relying on manual methodology to actually collect the forms. So it may not happen in a timely manner. And we all know the hassles of merging organizations and then records actually getting lost, or different IT systems and therefore legacy data not being available. So both with manual as well as IT, there are challenges that we actually then see.
Thank you very much. So again, briefly, could we move to medically assisted reproduction? Please raise your hands if you're involved in medically assisted reproduction. There's not so many of you. So if you think traceability is pretty well okay, you keep your hand up. Pretty well okay. And is there anyone who at this moment, we have a presentation coming up, of course, which is also to do with traceability, who at this moment would say, yes, I have a concern? That's encouraging. Please, can we go now to organs? Raise your hands if you're involved in organs. And if you think traceability is pretty well okay, you keep your hands up. And if you have doubts, you may lower your hands. And one of the two who lowered your hands, would you care to share a concern about traceability for organs?
Well, I have to say that also the concern is regarding documentation of the entire process. Clear codification, and I'm coming from the national authority, so to be sure that all the information for the follow-up and the recipients are correctly well reported and received to the national authority.
Thank you very much. And just your setting briefly.
I'm coming from United Arab Emirates. I'm Dr. Maria Gomez. I'm the director of the National Center for Organ Donation and Transplant at the Ministry of Health and Prevention.
Thank you very much. And finally, tissues and cells. And that we're including cellular therapies as well, if I may. Please raise your hands if you're involved in that work. And please lower your hands if you're concerned about the traceability. And would one or two people who are involved, who have concerns, be willing to share those concerns?
Hi, I'm Suzina from Malaysia. I'm the coordinator of Tissue Bank in University Science Malaysia. And in Malaysia, we have only few tissue banks. My bank is the only multi-tissue bank. And the problem on traceability is documentation and participation of, especially from the surgeon, the user, the endpoint. And we have registries, but it's not well, not get full commitment. And Malaysia and Indonesia and Philippines, a similar problem, perhaps due to lack of funding from the government. We are developing countries, and especially Indonesia, Philippines, they have a lot of islands, small islands. So traceability is a major problem.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for those comments, and I'm sure we'll have more discussion later. Oh, sorry. Great.
Hi. Hi. My name is Betty Doggett, and I'm from the U.S. My concern would be, regardless of how well you screen for infectious disease, it's always the one that gets through, and it's not tracked until after the transplant. That's my biggest concern.
It's good that you highlighted that. Thank you, everybody. That seems to be a good basis for us to move forward to our two invited speakers. So firstly, I have the pleasure to introduce Dr. Ian Krachalik, who works for the CDC in the US. I don't actually see you yet. I see probably that you've logged on, but we will be following his presentation online. So could our technology... Great. So maybe pass over to you, Dr. Krachalik, for your presentation, Lessons on Traceability Emerging from a Case of Transmission of Tuberculosis.
Oh, thank you. Shall I share my slides, or will those be shared? Okay.
We'd like you to share your slides if you could, please.
Okay, absolutely. 1 second, please. Okay, well, thank you for the invitation to speak with you today. I'm Ian Krachalik. I'm in the Office of Blood, Organ, and Other Tissue Safety at the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and I'll be talking about some of the lessons that we've learned through the years investigating outbreaks associated with tissue implantation or transplantation, and I'll focus on a recent outbreak of tuberculosis. So first, some of the main problems in the United States are with current tissue tracking and safety measures that are inadequate due to the lack of standardized tracking and traceability systems for tissues from donor to recipient. So there are no requirements for adverse event reporting by consignees, and both of these collectively result in ongoing risk to patient harm, and particularly among those who receive products containing live cells. So this slide highlights some of the notable cases of tissue transmitted infections that the CDC has investigated during the last 30 plus years. I'll be focusing on the Mycobacterium tuberculosis outbreak in bone graft that occurred in 2021 and 2023. So over a 30-year period, CDC investigations have identified multiple challenges to tracking tissues in outbreak investigations. These are summarized here and include an inability to confirm the disposition of tissues, not being able to identify or locate recipients who receive tissues for testing, incomplete record keeping on tissue processing, delayed communication when a potential transmission event that was identified and led to preventable additional infections, and poor tracking within facilities where either the products could not be located or were inadvertently swapped out with other products, and the absence of mechanisms in place to prevent those errors. So here are some of the basic challenges in the US. There are, as reported by the American Association of Tissue Banks, approximately 58,000 tissue donors annually, and possibly somewhere upwards of 2.5 million implanted tissues. We don't know if these numbers are accurate, as there are no reliable statistical estimates, but there is it's reasonable to conclude that the number is in the millions. Some of these tissues are minimally processed and include live and viable cells, which retain an infectious risk. And the CDC has identified challenges related to these tissues, particularly those with viable cells. So some attempts were made starting about 20 years ago to try and solve some of these problems. CDC and our colleagues at the Food and Drug Administration and the Health Resources and Services Administration convened a workshop in 2005 to identify measures to enhance the safety of tissues and organs. Additionally, in 2009, there was a Public Health Service biovigilance gap analysis, and in 2015, the Advisory Committee on Blood and Tissue Safety and Availability convened a meeting to make recommendations for improving tissue safety. These recommendations included, but were not limited to, adopting a government-supported national biovigilance program that would include blood, organ, and tissues, reporting of adverse reactions, establishing ISBT 128 for all human tissue products, and educational efforts for healthcare providers and patients. However, none of these recommendations were adopted at a national level. So I'll take us to the multi-state tuberculosis transmission that occurred in 2021 that CDC investigated and led with our colleagues in our Division of Tuberculosis Elimination. So in May of 2021, CDC was notified by a state about an unusual cluster of tuberculosis cases in patients who had undergone spinal surgery at a single hospital during March and April of 2021. Hospital staff had identified a single common exposure, and that was implantation of a bone allograft product from a single lot. We alerted the FDA and the manufacturer, and CDC deployed a team to the state of Delaware. And the findings from that investigation are summarized in this article that I'm showing here. Meanwhile, there was a nationwide call for cases that was put out on May 31st. And on June 2nd, the manufacturer issued a voluntary recall of the product. That same day, another state, Oregon's TB controller, notified us about another case of TB in a patient who had undergone implantation of bone graft from the same lot. So working with the FDA, the product manufacturer and distributor, the state and local health departments and healthcare facilities traced the product units and affected patients nationwide. So we learned that the suspect product was produced from bones recovered from a single deceased donor and contained live cells. 154 units of the bone allograft were produced and distributed to 37 facilities in 20 states. Thanks to rapid communication, 18 units were sequestered before use and were sent for tuberculosis testing or returned to the manufacturer. The remaining 136 units were implanted into 113 patients, and 105 patients were still alive and had started TB treatment by June 10th. Unfortunately, 10 patients in total died. So as part of this investigation, we abstracted medical records for all 113 identified patients. CDC and FDA reviewed donor screening and tissue processing procedures to identify potential lapses. Our colleagues at the U.S. Department of Agriculture performed M. tuberculosis culture and testing of affected lots. And CDC performed whole genome sequencing and analysis of isolates. We also performed some molecular and growth-based testing for drug resistance, and I will show you some of the findings in a little bit. So we found a high attack rates of spinal and disseminated TB among recipients of this tissue product. So 87 of 113 recipients, or 70% had microbiologic or imaging evidence of TB disease. 73% had evidence of TB at the surgical site, and 25% had evidence of dissemination to other sites, including the lungs, brain, central nervous system, bloodstream, and liver. So looking at the donor was an 80-year-old man with several risk factors for TB. He was a prior resident of and frequently traveled to a country with endemic TB. He had end-stage renal disease, diabetes mellitus type 2, and he had some other pertinent medical history: coronary artery disease, heart failure, and sleep apnea. So the donor screening consisted of the standard uniform donor risk assessment interview and donor eligibility that was completed by the manufacturer. The donor had no reported history of or exposure to TB in the previous 12 months. The donor's cough and dyspnea were attributed to renal failure and heart failure. The interview form did document 70 to 80 pound weight loss in the prior 2 years, but this was attributed to dietary changes. The donor eligibility form completed by the manufacturer assessed the donor to not be at high risk for sepsis, though he was treated with broad spectrum antibiotics and had other findings that could be compatible with septic shock. CDC later obtained records that the patient had a negative tuberculosis skin test approximately 4 months prior to death, and the donor was negative for other tested pathogens. So during procurement of this tissue, fortunately, no organs were procured from this donor. Tissues procured included bone, skin, fascia lata, and tendons. Only the bones were used. The bones were processed at a single facility and manufactured into a product which included both cortical and cancellous bone. The cortical bone was demineralized, while the cancellous bone was processed to retain live cells. Bioburden testing following industry standards was performed, and bacterial and fungal testing was performed on cortical bone samples collected during processing, as well as samples from the final product. Mycobacterial testing was not performed. So when we tested unused bone allograft products, M. tuberculosis was detected by PCR and culture in all 8 tested bone allograft units from the recalled lot. Sequencing showed that the isolates from recipients and unused products were more than 99% identical genetically, and tuberculosis was not detected in 11 bone allograft products from other donors processed at the same facility during the previous 12-week period. So We thought all of the recipients of this product were identified and put on treatment, but remember, there's no standardized donor to recipient tracking system in the US. So approximately 6 months later, we were alerted by another state health department of another patient who developed spinal TB at a facility. This facility cared for 2 patients believed to be involved in the initial nationwide outbreak. The facility received 2 units of the implicated lot from the manufacturer and reported implanting them into 2 patients during April and May. These 2 patients were identified after notification of the national investigation and started on treatment in June of 2021. A third patient with TB was also identified at facility A in November. Patient 3 received bone allograft product from the same manufacturer, but a different lot. So because of that, we thought there might have been contamination of a second lot. We investigated this lot, performed another national traceback. Testing of 5 unused products was negative by TB PCR and culture. 122 products were prepared from this donor, and we were unable to find the disposition of 5 of these products. And unfortunately, there is more. So in 2023, again, we were notified of a patient who underwent spinal fusion surgery in May and developed TB meningitis. The woman was in her 50s, no known social, epidemiologic, or clinical risk factors for TB. Initially developed symptoms 5 weeks post-surgery, was PCR positive for M. tuberculosis complex, received a Vibone allograft product, and the autopsy identified multiple specimens that were acid-fast bacilli. So this second product from the second outbreak was a viable bone matrix material from Elucia Inc., which was formerly Ezio Biologics, so a different donor product and lot from those in the 2021 outbreak, but the same manufacturer. So bone tissue allograft comprised of cancellous bone particles with preserved cells, and it was used primarily in spinal fusion surgeries and dental procedures. So the bone and tissue were recovered from a deceased donor, 114 units of bone allograft produced, 64 units not distributed, 50 units were sent out to 13 facilities in 7 states, 5 units sent for testing, and 49 units were implanted into 36 patients. So 36 patients underwent procedures using at least 1 unit from the product lot. 27 tested positive for TB infection, 5 had laboratory confirmed TB disease, and 2 patients died from TB disease. So in this case, the donor had symptoms consistent with TB disease. He had a cough for more than 2 to 3 weeks, and clinical findings that were compatible with sepsis. So some of the lessons learned by CDC here are that basic data related to tissue safety, such as how much tissue is used, are lacking. It's difficult to quantify risk of these procedures without a denominator. Although traceability is not an issue with other medical products of human origin, including solid organs and blood, there is no standardized donor to recipient tissue tracking system in the United States. And that this problem is not just limited to tuberculosis, although risk mitigation steps for tuberculosis might be useful. They do not solve the larger traceability challenges. So when an infectious disease transmission occurs via tissues, CDC cannot reliably trace 100% of tissue products from donor to recipient back to the donor in all situations, and patients who receive contaminated products may not be identified or receive life-saving interventions. Currently, there are no requirements for adverse event monitoring of patients or reporting of potential disease transmission events by consignees and end users. Tissue-transmitted infections are likely under-recognized and under-reported, and patients are generally unaware that tissues can transmit infections. There is no required informed consent of patients receiving tissue products. So more recently, the Advisory Committee on Blood and Tissue Safety and Availability convened a meeting this year to discuss tissue safety and propose recommendations to improve safety in 4 main areas, including tissue source, tissue processing, tissue end user, consignee receipt and use, and tissue recipient adverse events or reactions. The document is available at this link that I've put in the presentation. And in closing, these problems are not new or newly identified. There's no coordinated action occurred after these meetings or recommendations, so it remains to be seen what will happen with the recommendations from the ACB-TSA's 2024 meeting. There's an ongoing risk of patient harm, particularly among those who receive tissue products containing live cells. And CDC is planning some tissue safety-focused efforts, including a survey to try to understand what tissues are being used and how many, safety communications and partnership engagement. And I'd just like to acknowledge all of the people that we work with, our partners, and those that are involved in the investigations. Thank you.
Okay, and then moving to the next speaker, I would like to call on Dr. Dea Zvanebi? Yeah, okay. I'm very happy that she is here. She works at Cryos. Cryos is one of well-known commercial sperm banks, and she has been there to work with the genetic and medical team on the safety of donor gametes. And she will talk about us how traceability works in the assisted reproduction world. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. You're welcome. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for inviting me. I'm really pleased to be here. We've been talking a lot about bloods and tissues, and I'm a clinical geneticist, so I know a lot about inherited diseases. So I'd like to talk to you about some of the risk of inherited disease through gametes, and that would be donor gametes, since I'm from a sperm and egg bank. And when we receive these informations, we have a lot of things in the way we handle it, and I'd like to try to go through it with you and how we send out information and informing about these things. Yeah. So as you said, I'm a medical doctor and been working in Cryos for 4.5 years, and before that I was working in the public hospitals with clinical genetics. What we normally do, and we're talking about severe adverse events and reactions all the time, and we're handling it so often. I think I receive at least twice a week reports about children with disease, or from a donor calling in and saying, I've got this disease now, does it affect anything for the donor children in the other end? And then we have to look at it, and that's what I would like to tell you about when it's an inherited disease. How do we handle it? We'll be talking about the quarantine, the block, and the release, because these are the things that we use in the way of communicating to all of you out there, try to tell you where are we in the process, what's happening, how we're handling these things. And what information do we send out, how is it generated? And we're going through some of our IT systems as well, because we are using a lot of IT to auto-generate all these things to ensure it goes to all the right people. This is a flow chart of how we are handling these genetic conditions. And I'm saying genetic conditions, and I know it's not only genetic conditions, but I'm focusing on that today. And it all starts out there with the report. And we talked about this previously. It's really difficult to handle these things if you don't receive the reports. And the reports are coming from the patients, the clinics, somebody involved, pediatricians, telling us that there is a severe adverse event. And then they inform us. We cannot do anything without these informations. So it's important for us to have these informations. When we receive them, we go to the next stage where we assess it straight away. Is this something that might be related to the donor? Yes or no? We do receive a lot of information about fetuses with trisomy 21. And then we can often close the case because it's not related to the donor. Then he will not be quarantined, he will not be blocked. It doesn't affect other families out there. But in some of the cases, we cannot say for sure that it's not related to the donor, and he will be quarantined. And when he's in quarantine, the donor cannot be used. We cannot send the donor out, and he will not be sold, and we cannot use him. These things are automated. It's in the IT system that's handling it. I will show it in a minute. And then we start the whole process of evaluating this, the disease and the risk. If it's not related to a donor, he will be released from quarantine again and can be used again. But if it's related to the donor, we will block him and send out the information. And this is a case I've taken. There was a case about neurofibromatosis type 1 some years ago. I'm not into that case. It's from a different company, but this is kind of a similar case. And I've taken it because it's really illustrating some of the issues we have with the genetics. This is a report we received back in 2019 on donor Olavur. This is the only information I received, the white one you can see here in the middle. This is the only information I get. So we know that they have found a genetic duplication in the JAK1 gene, or deletion, I can't really remember right now. And they send it in. We know the child has seen a physician, but we don't know if the child has any symptoms. We don't know anything about the mother. We don't know how or why it's found. So what they also send in is below here is from the genetic report in the child. And that's all we receive. And when we receive this information, we have to do the evaluation. Could this be related to the donor? Is this something that increases risk to other donor children out there? Are there other families out there that should be aware of their children? How should we handle this information? So what we did is that we put the donor into quarantine while we did further evaluation of it. And then the evaluation to begin with is to look at the disease and know what is it we're talking about, because sometimes it's not an inherited disease and sometimes it is. And when it's not an inherited disease, when there's no genetics involved in it, then we handle it differently. Of course, if it's an infectious cause, we handle it as well. So it depends on whatever they have found. In this case, it was Alagille syndrome. We know it's an inherited disease. We even get the mutation that was the JAK1 gene. That's the most common gene involved in Alagille syndrome. We know that these people with Alagille, they often, when they're small, they get jaundice, severe liver disease. Some get better over the years, but also a lot of them have severe heart issues. They can have vertebrae deformities. They can have malformations in the face and in the eyes. These are not necessarily things that affect them, but are things that you can see when you look at the child. So this we look at, and then we also look at the heritability and the inheritance patterns. And for Alagille, it's a dominant disease. Dominant means you see it in each generation. If you have one variant, you will have the disease. So we know the donor is healthy, and we know this child had the disease, but we don't know about the mother. But still, we know that this might be inherited from one of the parents. So the donor was quarantined while further investigation was ongoing. To quarantine a donor, this is all a manual process. These are evaluations we're doing all the time. We have to make general description. So this was the description down here, that we have received a report of a donor-conceived child diagnosed with a likely disease-causing variant in the JAK1 gene. There's no information about the child or if it had any symptoms. We know it can lead to Alagille syndrome, and we know the inheritance pattern is autosomal dominant. We know also that these variants often are a new mutation and not inherited from the parents. And if it's a new mutation not inherited from a parent, there's no increased risk to other donor children out there. But still we had the variant, so that was to be considered as well. When we generate this quarantine message, it's actually just a button I press in the system, and the system does it all. It generates an email that goes out, including this case description, and that goes out to all the clinics who have bought or reserved the donor at some point. It's all related to the order from the clinics. So it is automated, these processes, so we do send it out to everybody we have an email on. We cannot send it to people if they have changed their email and have not informed us. But then we put it out on the website as well, so all these informations are always available on the donor on the website for people to see if they're interested. And the donor will not be sold while in quarantine. And this is just press a button in the system, and it will stop everything in there. It's not a manual process at this point. This information is sent out to the clinics. We're not sending it out to the private customers because at this time we only know we have a suspicion. We do not know if this is related to the donor. We just know that there is a suspicion that might give an increased risk to donor children. So we only inform the clinics and not the private customers. We know we have done that previously, but a lot of these families out there, they get so worried about it. What about my child? And we keep saying to them, you have to wait for the final evaluation because it might not be relevant for your child and for you. But it's really emotional for these people in the other end. So that's why we're only sending it out to clinics at this point, with a few exceptions, of course. If they have a reservation or waiting for it to be sent, they need to be informed that we cannot send it due to these circumstances. Yeah. So what do we do then? Now the donor is in quarantine, and we know there's this variant. Do we test or do we not test? It's always an evaluation, and it's a thing we are discussing all the time, when to test and when not to test. Sometimes it's really simple and sometimes it's really complicated. In this case, we did test, and we never do the testing ourselves. We always do external laboratories. So we do send them out to external laboratories and ask them to do the testing. We send them a specimen from the donor and ask them to test. And that test came back and it was negative. There was nothing found. This variant was not found in the donor. That means we have to do the risk assessment again. And when we haven't found it in the donor, and we only have one case of this, and we know that at least 50 to 70% are new mutations, we say it's not related to the donor. There's no increased recurrence risk to other donor-conceived children. So the donor is released, and he can be used again for whoever wants to buy him. And we send out information. He's released. He can be used again. This is an automated process. In the end here, I'm showing you from my IT system. Actually, I just press quarantine, and the donor go into quarantine. He can't be sold. It stops everything. And then I can press the next one, quarantine notice, and it generates an automated reply for everybody, including what's on the what we put on the website. We always use the same information. It's me generating these informations, and it's always the same. I send it to our health authorities, to our customers, to the clinics, to everybody, so they get the same information. Yeah. So we send it out. The donor is tested. We did not find the variant in the donor. The recurrence risk is estimated to below 1%. He can be used again. And we are using this estimate of 1%, and that's due to the Danish legislation. So that's why we keep on using that cutoff all the time. Again, It's sent out to clinics. It's released on the internet as well. So things are available in there for them. Then 4 years later, this was back in 2019, 4 years later in 2023, we receive a new report. Different child, different mother, different clinic, different country, everything is different except the variant in the JAK1 gene. It's exactly the same variant in the JAK1 gene. So suddenly we are standing here with 2 children from 2 different families, different clinics, different everything, but same donor and same variant. That starts me getting a bit worried about what have we not found here, what's wrong in our interpretation in this case. We put the donor into quarantine again. We send out information again. Donor is quarantined. He cannot be used. Evaluation is ongoing. We need to find out what is happening in this case. We also look into the donor journal. We have it's actually quite difficult to become a sperm donor. A lot of people think it's an easy process, but out of 100 applying, we only accept 5. So 95% are rejected when they apply to be a donor. We need medical information about the family in 3 generations. If they cannot provide that, they are not accepted as donor. If they have a paternal grandmother who died at the age of 50 and we don't know any more about the family, he's rejected as donor. We need family information for at least 3 generations and above 50 to become a donor. So we actually have quite some information about these donors. So then we go back and look at it again, and it's not allowed. We do not take donors who have diagnosis. We do not take donors who's on medication, things like that. Then they're not accepted as donors. So we do take healthy donors. So therefore we know that they're healthy when they start and they don't have these family issues. We do not take them if they have heart diseases, liver diseases. So he's healthy. We can also see the amount of pregnancy reported in, and we can see there are several pregnancies reported in from different countries worldwide, and we only have 2 issues with this variant. So then we did further evaluation here. We contacted the lab testing back in 2019, and we sent it out for other sperm samples from the donor from different donations, and we asked them to test for this variant in the JAK1 gene. Can you find it? Is it in there? Is there a risk of him having it in some kind of mosaic way in his sperm that we would like to know, because it might affect other children out there? And they were looking, and it all came back normal. They couldn't find it. So we still had to evaluate on it, and even though we cannot find it in the sperm sample and blood samples from the donor, we think there must be a mutation in him, in his gonads in a low degree. We know that we all have mutations happening in us. We all have variants that we have not inherited. That just happens to us. But sometimes they happen at a later stage, and you only have it in some of the cells in the body. This is known, and the problem with this is that if you have it in your eggs and sperm cells, but you don't have it in your general body, you can take a blood sample and you won't find it. In this case, we could even take sperm samples from the donor, and we didn't find it anyway. But he must have it because we have seen 2 children with exactly the same variant. So we are quite sure that he actually has, and he didn't have any heart issues. He didn't have liver issues. He didn't have any of the issues you normally see with Alagille syndrome. But we still think this is the issue here. So we pressed the block button here and said he has to be blocked because we cannot say there's not an increased risk to other donor children in the future. So we blocked him at this point. And when I block him and use this, the system, our IT system, generates an automated list of clinics ever buying this donor, ordering him in any way, anybody related to this donor is automated, is on this list that we send to the authorities. So that's how we inform the authorities. They receive these lists, including our assessment in this case. And this assessment is the same that we inform every clinics that we have the mails on. They're all informed by mails, and the private customers at this time, everybody ever buying or have used this donor at any time will be informed. Of course, if they've changed their email, we cannot inform them, but then it's all available on the website. This is the mail sent out, auto-generated mail we send out here. It's sent individually to everybody. In the clinic information, in the information to the clinics, we do put in our assessment. We do not put it in to the customers. I will show you in a minute, but the customers are only informed that there is a condition in this case. But the clinic get the information, and we do try to tell them, give them the traceability to know what's happened, what information do we actually have at this point. And we tell them that we have received 2 individual information about these 2 donor children with this variant. We have tested the donor and we cannot see the variant is in him, but he must have it anyway. And then we tell them a bit about what is our children, what is the risk. And here the risk is assessed to be less than 0.2 in a future pregnancy. And this is an assessment from the external laboratory based on the testing methods they use and how deep they go into looking for this mosaicism. And they cannot find it, so they say the risk of this happening again in another donor-conceived child is less than 0.2. We still block the donor and give the information out there for everybody, even though the risk might be this low or lower. So what about the family who's already used this donor? But they get all the information. We send it to them. And a lot of them really would like full siblings. They have a huge wish for full siblings when they're using a sperm donor. So what is then happening is that, yes, it is allowed to use the donor again, but they have to accept the risk of using him. So they do have to sign a consent form to be able to use him again. We do give them all the information. It is available on the website. This is from the website where we just say on this donor, Olavur, there is a condition. If you want to know more, click on read more, and then they can have the information. That is for people to decide themselves, do they want to live happily without the information, or do they want the information? That's how we try to handle the ethics about not knowing and knowing, so they can decide themselves. And also here, if you want to buy, you cannot put it into a basket and buy it. You will have to call our staff for a manual process, because we need to know that you actually have a child already. Otherwise, you won't be able to buy straws from this donor. And if you buy it, it's also mentioned here that, yes, he is permanently blocked, this donor. So we do try to show it to everybody, all the information we have, so they actually get these things instead of keeping it to ourselves. What about the donor? Because the donor needs to know as well. A lot of our donors, they are adult men with normal jobs. They have a family themselves. They're doing this to help people have children. So often when I call them and tell them about this and ask them if they have to consent to be tested, and ask them if they are willing to be tested and if it's okay we test them, the first thing they say is, if they have children, what about my children? That's the first thing they're saying. What about my children? How do we handle this? And then we do counseling. And we do help them. How do you handle this? How is your child? How old is it? Then we tell them about the consequences of this. And as long as he's not tested, we don't know if he has it, and your child is healthy, you shouldn't do any more right now. And then we talked it through with them. The other day when I was calling one, he just didn't say anything for almost a minute, and then I was trying to find out what's happening here. And he said, oh, my sister's pregnant in week 14. And suddenly it's another situation. I know this is about the donor-conceived children, and I know it's about the other families out there, but this is also about all the donors and their families, because it affects so many people. And that's why we do not test them unless they accept being tested, because we know it affects their families. And we do try to counsel them and inform them about how does this affect you and your whole family, and send them to further counseling and tell them about the possibilities of prenatal diagnostics if necessary. What are the options? And then, as I just said before, there are all the other families out there. There's a lot of these families that doesn't want to know. They just want to live a happy life. They have that child now. They've been wanting this child for so long. They're not interested in knowing if there's a disease that might come later or anything. So they're often asking us, how can we not getting this information? And we are just trying to get the information out there for the ones who want it. That's why they need to look at our website to see, so they can decide themselves, do they want this information or not? Because we do not want to, we would like to give them the information if they want it, but we don't want to force them to have the information. So that's how we try to handle these things, and we have a lot of these issues, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Svaneby. If you can join us for the panel discussion, and let me see if Dr. Krascalik is online, or if we can see him.
Just a second.
Okay. Yes, there he is. Okay, Ian, welcome back. So, do we have any questions from the audience? Yes.
Hi, I'm Betty Doggett from the U.S. So my question right quick is, so for the family that doesn't want to know, have you ever had a child that comes back, an adult child that comes back and say, what can you tell me? Because they're trying to find out about their family history for the sake of their children.
Yes, we do have that. I've tried it before I worked at Cryos. I was in the public hospitals, and we did see them there. They did come and say, oh, we've been informed about we are donor children, and there might be something in the family. Can you please help us counsel us? And we do that, yes. If they call us, they have to know the donor. If they don't know the donor name, then we can't help them, because we have a lot of donors, and we need to know which one to look at to help them. But yes, we do provide the information they need if they have the relevant information, and we do give them from the genetic reports if needed, so they can go and have counseling. Yes, we do.
Thank you.
The archives? Yeah, well, good question. Right now we are archiving forever, if you're asking me, but at least 30 years. So if the donor has not been used, we're keeping it for at least 10 years. If he has been used, we are keeping it for at least 30 years after the last time he's been used. So at least 30 years. And the donors are informed about it, and they have to sign a consent. Some of them are drawing back their consent, but it's not allowed. We have to keep it for these informations. Yeah.
Yes, Mickey.
Can I ask a quick question? Just a quick question for my knowledge. I'm Mickey Ko here from London and Singapore. Do you differentiate between new donors and repeat donors? Because presumably repeat donors that have donated multiple times, you have a greater assurance of safety. And so would it be safer to categorize them into two, and maybe with a new donor you could quarantine somehow, to ensure that their first donation is safe before they are then allowed to donate again?
Yeah. Most of our donors donate for a long time. And a long time varies, but we do it, we don't take them in for just one donation. They need to donate for at least 10 donations. It's what we call a batch. And that's take at least 3 to 5 months. and most of them donate a lot more than that. They donate for several years.
Yeah, no, I understand that. But let's say somebody who gives for the very first time.
Yeah.
After that, because that first donation is a little bit more unknown. Yeah. Do you they're
not released before we need a lot of testing. So there's a lot of testing. So after 10 donations, they will be tested a month after the last 10 donations, and for a lot of sexual transmitted diseases and stuff like that. So they are tested in a lot of ways. And every time they come and donate, they have to fill out a form.
No, yeah. I think those are to do with TTIs and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm referring a little bit more to your congenital transmission for these diseases.
Yeah.
Because you're not able to test, and I appreciate the levels are low and you can't test a possible mosaic nature. All I'm asking is for those who have never donate, those who have, for their first donation resulting in a child, there is a greater sense of unknown than someone who's donating for the third, fourth, fifth time, because you're more than assured 4 children have been healthy, and so the risk is lower. Based on this incident, is there discussion to say there could be 2 tiers of donors and how and to achieve a differential level of safety?
But that depends on the genetic disease, because some diseases come later in life. So for the ones happens in the first year of life, that's the things you find easily. The problem is the ones comes after 30 years. And we would not be able to keep them for that long before using.
You can't eliminate everything. But I would say that if you can wait for 1 year, there's a large proportion that you would capture. There's a risk assessment of that waiting for 1 year before they donate again. Is it reasonable enough to ensure that these things happen less?
This is what the single case we have. There might be another one, but we don't have many of these. But of course, there are dominant diseases among our donors that even though we get the family history for 3 generations, they will be there. We cannot exclude it totally, but that's how we try to exclude the late coming. So yes, you're right. We could say after 1 pregnancy, we have to wait for a year. But we're not doing it. Yeah, I don't know if it would help.
Yeah, just wondering whether that has been discussed, you see, because that sounds to me like something that you could proactively do.
But then we need the reports back, and we don't always have the reports coming back. So that's a huge problem as well. Yeah, so.
I have a question for Ian. So Ian, you are there? We see you. You hear me? Yes. Okay. I have a question for you. Now that we have learned how a sperm bank goes about traceability, I'm wondering, I mean, how does these American bone banks, I'm an ART person, so I don't know how it works, but I mean, why don't those bone banks know exactly what hospitals and what patients have been, provided with bone as apparently sperm banks can? I mean, what is lacking there for making sure that the traceability really is, almost 100%, in your opinion?
So there is some regulation that requires the tissue bank to be able to trace it to a facility, but it's often when the tissue enters the facility where the problems arise. And within the facility, the tracking of products to patients and patients back to products. That's where the gap is, essentially, and there's no commonalities in terms of the way these tissues are coded, the way they are captured by medical health record systems or electronic health records. So we've seen with this TB bone allograft outbreak that there have been product swaps where they've mistakenly labeled them as different products, and these products can be taken off the shelf and they may not have barcodes to be able to scan them and trace them to patients. So I think the gap now, I think, currently exists within the coding systems and the traceability within the facilities.
Ian, Shruti here from UK, Hemovigilance, and thanks for that, for summarizing the case. I had two questions. One is, what is the patient's perspective? Because it looks like it is like an iceberg. This was known, but there are unknown unknowns. So when we don't have a reporting system, then if somebody is not connecting the dots that this was actually related to the allografts or the tissue transplants, then they may not really be understanding the risk. So what is actually shared with patients for the consent? And second, isn't it part of providing that tissue that there is a requirement to actually collect anything that goes wrong?
So there is currently no system for a standardized informed consent. So patients may not often realize that they're receiving a tissue product that contains live cells and has a residual infectious disease risk. I think we were somewhat lucky in the sense that tuberculosis has a fairly robust system of surveillance in the US, and that's probably why it was recognized, whereas another pathogen may have gone unrecognized. So I think that developing a system that has a standardized informed consent so that patients do know that there may be some residual risk when they're receiving these products is going to be important moving forward. But I hope I answered both your questions.
Ian, thanks. Well, good morning, by the way. I think it's about 9:30 there or 10 o'clock. Just one technical question. I believe you mentioned that testing was performed by a Department of Agriculture lab. Maybe you could just explain that?
Yeah, so the U.S. Department of Agriculture has a reference lab for mycobacterial testing. So they perform the PCR and some additional diagnostics while the CDC laboratory performed the whole genome sequencing. And that was just kind of the arrangement we had during the outbreak. And due to the U.S. Department of Agriculture's capacity to test a larger quantity of specimens.
Okay, and then if I could maybe throw the question open to the floor, because can we confidently say, for instance, in Europe, that the scenario that was so explained by Ian earlier is just improbable in Europe? Can we be that confident, or can we see in this lessons as well for practice elsewhere, whether it's Japan or whether it's Asia or Australia or whatever? I don't know if silence means no, everything's fine, or silence is, oh my God.
Again, to Ian, thank you for the presentation. So this is Stratos from the World Health Organization, Geneva. Given that the US is a major exporter of tissues worldwide, to what extent were you able also to track across borders these products, and why from 2015 measures were not put in place given that you had a past history? What was the issue around not implementing those?
Yeah, so we did not trace any tissues that were exported internationally. Now, if that would have occurred, I can't say with any certainty how that would have gone, but we certainly would have tried to have informed the proper jurisdiction that they receive these products. Whether that would mean implementing some international health regulation or other mechanism, it's hard to say. And then during the 2015, that preceded my time at CDC, but there was a change in leadership in the U.S. government, and they may have switched priorities, and the recommendations made by the advisory committee at that time were not adopted in any formal manner. So we're hopeful that the 2024 recommendations will be adopted, but again, we're having a change in leadership, so it remains to be seen.
Okay. I think I could say something. Maybe I'm again out of topics a little bit, but we are talking about ART, and that's called in Italy PMA, and I think that it's amazing for me because there is a very huge expertise and safety standards, traceability about your work, and it's incredible. And I hope that out of this room they didn't hear me, because I very respect for all these institutions here in Rome, but we have not the access in every part of the world to this kind of technology at the same level. And after that, I'll be silent because thank you for this little space.
Yeah, some reaction on Owen about tuberculosis. Of course, tuberculosis is one of the major problems also in immunocompromised patients. I'm a hematologist, so there's a lot of advance in testing. And Ian, you know that skin testing has been more or less succeeded by the quantiferon testing, which can be done on blood, and also for post-mortem donors which are at risk developing or having been in contact with tuberculosis. There is progress in this field by blood testing, etc. So it's not impossible, but it's a bit less likely to have such a big spread of tuberculosis from a single donor, etc., etc.
Ian, I think, again, reflecting back on your question, I think we're only as strong as our weakest link. And here, and also, I think, retrospectively, hindsight is great. In the case that Ian mentioned, the donor of the unexpected weight loss, but that was put to actually then diet. And we also have a combination of donor factors, which actually makes it, if I'm in India, then I would put TB as actually the top 3 diagnosis in such a case. So I think, therefore, when you're talking about the donor assessment and you ask, again, we are now globally with migration, are clinicians really trained to put that as a high and one of the differential diagnoses? So therefore, I think there is a bit about staff awareness, especially those who are managing the donor eligibility and donor suitability. So, where I trained in India, and all of these, we have seen cases, and that comes to the mind. But if I'm not seeing that, and it has been a theoretical one, do we really think about it? So I think, yes, it can certainly, nobody can say 100% it won't occur. And therefore, it is how can we constantly endeavor to actually improve our donor eligibility and testing, because tests can only detect so much. Like even the quantiferon testing cannot actually work in the end-stage renal disease and will be falsely negative. So,
yes, in the back.
Yes, I have a very quick question. I would like to know what is the regulatory status of this technology. Is this technology simply a substance of human origin? Is it a cell or gene therapy? In this case, a tissue therapy, of course. Is it a medical device? Because I think that according to the regulatory status of the technology, then you have different types of standards of what apply in terms of safety and in terms of traceability. So if it is a medical device, for example, in Europe, you have clear rules in terms of being able to identify the recipient. You cannot just have, this sort of situation where you are not able to identify who received the technology. So if you could a little bit elaborate on that, thank you.
Sure. So this product was originally used under the FDA regulations for human cells and tissue products. However, in June of this year, the FDA issued a warning letter to the company to let them put them on notice that the product that they were using should have actually been licensed as a drug to show safety, potency, and efficacy. So it looks like that this product will be undergoing some changes in terms of the way it is regulated.
Agreed, but I mean, if I can just, before you can ask your question, regardless of the class of the device, I mean, if the traceability is crap, if it's a medical device or it's a non-medical device, the traceability will still be crap. So, I mean, you know, I think the classification, it might aid a little bit, but I don't think in practice it will, you know, you will probably not find all your patients, in my personal opinion. Yeah. Yes.
I just wanted to, it's more common than, and also a question. I'm not sure that increasing regulations is what really is going to change traceability. Traceability should exist for anything, from the very simple SOHO to the very highly new technologies. And by regulation or over-regulating, you are not necessarily going to solve the problem, but you're going to create others as far as costs. And so I think we need to be very careful where we want to go. We need traceability, but not necessarily a different level of regulations. They shouldn't become medical devices because we need traceability. Thank you.
So some of our discussion has hung on the discussion of IT methodologies, but it doesn't necessarily have to be IT. And we heard also that in some situations there may be paper mechanisms, and it's a bit more complicated, but you don't have to give up on traceability if you're using paper, and I expect in Kenya you haven't given up on traceability. We've also heard quite a bit here about informed consent and about informing people that in the event of reactions or suspected genetic conditions, there's a need to go back to those who treated you and through them to those who supplied the product. And there also seems to be a major effort for all of us, and that is also not limited to those organizations where they can rely on their IT. So I don't know if anybody else would like to comment on these background phenomena, which are, of course, key in our discussions. Wait for the microphone, please.
Sorry, maybe this is a logical comment, but I believe, yeah, maybe miscommunication is the source of the fault. So a recommendation will be like increasing communication to improve traceability, increase communication to improve standards, and yeah, it's just a matter of talking each other, I guess.
Thank you for that remark.
Yeah, you caught me, Jo, and also Ian, that traceability is often lost within the premises. So when it comes in, then things are starting to going wrong. Tissues and cells come in at different departments. They are handled by different professionals. They run through a chain of storage, getting them out of the fridge, etc. But we could be helped by tools like ICT tools, which provide a dashboard, which can follow these tissues and cells by a label through the premises, or whatever by writing it down. But this is the big thing that making more regulations doesn't really help that. Everybody knows traceability. I give you an example of my hospital. Don't inform others, but. We went from writing numbers down to a tracer to a scanner method. But what lacked was that the information of the scanner was processed into the patient file. So stopping with writing things down actually resulted in having no information at all, seemingly being helped by ICT and a scanner system. So. It is testing. If you introduce a new method, you have to validate whether it works and whether it gives the results you really want. So again, we could work with companies that they provide us nice dashboards, because companies are also helped by having traceability on board. So the whole chain will benefit.
Ian, last remark, and then I will close the session. And you can then close and wrap up.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
It's a deal. You're identifying this last mile. So we're pretty good within our own facilities. Everything is traced and tracked, and then it goes into another institution, another IT system, and then that's when things go wrong. My question to Ian is, from the advisory committee proceedings, I'm pretty sure that you had input from some of the big EHR, the electronic health record developers. Did they express any view on the feasibility of tracking across that last mile, imprinting in the patient records, the identifiers that would have perhaps closed these gaps?
We didn't really reach a consensus other than that we all agreed there needs to be some form of commonality in terms of coding these products so that when they are entered into a facility and they're moved around, when they're moved into a patient room out of the fridge, they can be scanned and captured within the electronic health record. I think the issue is that there are several different vendors for electronic health records. They all have proprietary information. They all have different IT infrastructure in terms of how they can capture these codes. Even the length of the code can become an issue within these systems. So I think that there definitely needs to be more discussion with these private entities to get them on board and make sure that whatever we move forward with will meet our needs in terms of traceability.
Karen,
last
words?
Thank you. Just a real quick comment on the length of the codes. I see that in writing a lot. And when we talk to the EHR vendors, electronic health vendors directly, it's not a problem. The length of the codes that we use within ISB 2128, they can and do fit. They fit for blood. Blood is just one of many MPHO. So if a system can handle blood codes, they should be able to handle any MPHO codes. So I see this in writing a lot, that the length of the code is an issue. And I'd like to go on record as saying it should not be.
Coach, thank you. I'm sorry. I think somebody is going to wrap up for the day. I think you and Ziggy is going to. Okay, good. So I want to thank everyone for this session, especially the speakers. I just to take one more minute. I'm a bit biased, of course, because I'm from the ART field. And when I came to my first tissue meeting, because that's how I call you guys, the real tissue people, I was actually a bit shocked about the lack of, the gaps in traceability, because for us I mean, if what you just said about how the tissues are in fridges and are relabeled then I think, Jesus, if we would be an IVF lab and we're working like that, we would be in the press every day, all day, and we are already in the press often and not in a good way. So I think it was worthwhile just to hear, a commercial partner that was in Omar field and how traceability works, because I think that the US sperm banks do have the same traceability as the European ones. So I think maybe systems can learn from each other. And I think that the real root cause of the problems in what you sometimes have in recoding or relabeling or not registering might have an origin somewhere else instead of what we think is the real cause. But I'll leave it up to you to debate on that. So thank you very much for this session. I'm going to close it and call up Siggy to wrap up the conference. Thank you.
So I understand from Ian that I'm supposed to say something. I only said that. Program wasn't, okay, that's great. Anyway, I can say, so first I'm going to say at 18:30, you have a networking event, yes? Okay. What I want to say that I think that you took really to heart our request in the morning to participate, and you all been participating extremely well, which we're very grateful for. Although some people were spending time on their phones, which is fine. I think that what I'll be doing tomorrow, I'll be trying to summarize, but actually some of you already did it for me by saying what are the themes in this meeting so far, which were actually repeated many, many times. And I think we learned that. I also hope that for you who spent your time here today, learned something, maybe took something new to your new place, the place where you work, and you're going to be using that information. And again, I'm very grateful for your time. Now, I think we have a boss. So Chris is going to tell us something. But having said that, think about for tomorrow, for all the things you learned today, are there any themes you would like to see enhanced tomorrow? And I said tomorrow, because we have some discussion tomorrow and towards the end. We have also a closing part of it tomorrow. So be ready to ask questions at that point as well. So anyway, thank you very, very much for the day. And now we will going to see Chris. Chris.